Thank you. Thank you, sound. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the SPPG class of 2026 graduation. Thank you very much for honoring the invitation to be here. We are happy you made it and you're happy that you're amongst the early birds. We are running a bit late, so we will be starting at exactly 10 with the graduate procession. But for now, we welcome you and we ask you to settle down as we wait for the rest of the guests to come into the room. Thank you very much. kind request to the guests who haven't registered. If you're in here and you haven't registered, you'll be requested to go to the entrance and register yourself just before we start the program. Thank you. morning and welcome once again. Welcome to all our guests in the room. My first request is for the graduates to proceed to the front of the building so that we can do the graduates procession. You will meet Dr. Njoki at the front and she will direct you on how the procession shall be done. So please, for the graduates, if we can just start walking out of the room. Sound, I hope you're ready with the procession song.
Fahari yetu, undugu ndio nguvu, chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe. Lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, pasiwe hata mmoja anayetenganisha. Natumaini, najitolea daima Kenya, hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, nijalilia. Hawakushtushwa na risasi au kufungwa gerezani, nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya, hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu. Yes. ziwa mpaka pwani, kaskazini na kusini.
As we await the procession of the graduates who are the celebrants today, a warm welcome to all the guests who are here with us today. A warm welcome to everybody who has made it to this graduation ceremony. This is SPPG Kenya Class of 2026 graduation, and we are excited to be here to celebrate them. We are going to be having a graduates procession. I can see them trooping out there, ready to come in, and then we will acknowledge our guests, our chief guests, before we start the program. Dr. Njoki, ready when you are with the graduates. Sound, I hope you're ready with the procession song.
Kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani, daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Umoja ni fahari yetu, undugu ndio nguvu. Tuna ukabila, hatutaki hata kamwe.
That is the SPPG class of 2026.
Tujenge nchi yetu, tusiwe hata moja.
You know that it has been a long learning process. Congratulations.
Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our generation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. All sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa a tree of life.
Thank you very much. You may have your seats. Distinguished guests, graduates of the SPPG class of 2026 graduation, all the invited guests, all protocol observed. One warm welcome to you once again, and thank you for joining us in this meeting today. Allow me to acknowledge the presence
much sacrifice. Many of you joined classes from matatus. You remember? Somebody would say, oh, I'm in a matatu. But here you are. Some of you are always rushing home during the traffic. Others had to look for quiet corners at their workplace so that they can join the class. Others were in airports, transitioning from one country to another. Others had little children tugging at your sleeves, but you still showed up and joined the class. Well done to you. So each of you embodies the spirit of commitment, of leadership, and that SPPG was founded to nurture. I hope you are proud of yourselves, because I'm immensely, immensely proud of you as the inaugural SPPG class in Kenya. This achievement is shared with our distinguished faculty from Kenya, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Cameroon, India, Netherlands, United States, Germany, United Kingdom, and many others, who taught across time zones to enrich your learning. So to the faculty who are listening to me, who are here, asanteni sana. Of course, we thank God for sustaining us to witness this day, and we really need to be grateful for that. And then we honor our partners. SPPG will not be what it is if it was not for our partners. And the Africa office that has been acknowledged, thank you, led by the CEO, Mrs. Alero Atobo, for delivering this global faculty and the leadership that we implemented. So to our local partners, and I've seen some of them here, Emerging Leaders Foundation, Transparency International, Badili Africa, Siasa Place, Mzalendo, Diptera Media, USIU Africa, many of my faculty came to teach, among others. Thank you for your invaluable support. Finally, I extend gratitude to the delivery team in the Dean's office, who have delivered a seamless program from August 2025. First, my deputy dean, who became the informal deputy dean, Nancy Muigai. I would want to appreciate Charlotte Andove. She's not here with us, but she was the faculty liaison intern I started out with, who was my student at USIU. Stephanie Mboro, who also did amazing work. Amanya Kucho, who continues to do the work right now. Wamanya, wave, at least you're here. And Mayogi Orina, the students liaison. Mayogi, where are you? Oh, he's behind there. So thank you so much. I also appreciate, of course, the Nigerian team that we would be calling, what is going on here? And Edward, Emmanuel, Japheth, Lambert, Century. We had so many messages and long phone calls, sometimes in panic if things were not working. Thank you so much. I know you're there in Nigeria live streaming. Please, asanteni sana. So your dedication and commitment to SPPG's mission and Africa's future is really inspiring. Competence to become leaders. Now go forth and give Africa's leadership what it is lacking most: character. Now, yes, character and consistency in integrity and love for our continent. Carry with you the 3 C's that we kept talking about from Dr. Obi, of character, competence, and capacity, and let them guide you. As one Ernesto Che Guevara reminded us in one of my favorite quotes, a true revolutionary is guided by great feelings of love. And I add, great feelings of love for the people and for their continent. May that love for our continent be the compass of your leadership. Graduation is both an ending and a beginning. You live here with knowledge, with skills, with the capacity, the C, and friendships that will carry you forward. We hope to see you now embody that character, but also step into a world that needs your courage, your character, your vision, and your commitment to justice and to service. As I conclude, remember that this education you've received is not just about a personal success. It is about transforming communities and transforming your world to build a more equitable, just society. You are now custodians of that responsibility. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pride I declare this graduation ceremony open. Congratulations, inaugural class, Kenya of 2026. Asanteni.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Dr. Njoki, the Dean of Students. Please clap better if you know she impacted your life in this 1 year. Thank you, Dr. Njoki. Indeed, this continent shall be changed and built by the people who will go the extra mile, those who rise despite all the challenges to make change a reality for the continent of Africa. The next speaker I'm inviting is a man of conviction, a Pan-Africanist par excellence with 30 years experience in policy for and he Southern Africa. He was elected the deputy chairperson of the Africa Union Commission. He's also the architect of the African Continental Free Trade Area. After serving all these beautiful places, he has also served as the chairman of Equity Bank and Trademark East Africa. A man who believes we are twice armed if we fight with faith. Please give a round of applause for the chairman of Fix Politics Kenya to address us today. You will stand up and clap for him because he has led you through this entire process. Do not be deceived. Do not be deceived by his calm demeanor. This is a powerhouse.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me start with a confession that I'm conflicted this morning. I don't know where to cry or to rejoice. To cry as a Christian and see where I'm overwhelmed, that this day has come, and I'm looking at the dry bones. Special way also recognize the presence of Senator Okiya Omtatah. We invited quite a few people who belong to his corner, those that have continued to fight for leadership with integrity. But today being Friday, and you know our political environment in Kenya with elections around the corner, many have sent apologies indicating they would have wished to be here, but they are on the campaign trail. But Senator Mukia, as you know, even we're still waiting for him to formally announce that he's a presidential candidate. He has found to be here this morning. Thank you very much for coming. And so on this joyous occasion and historic moment, and as we celebrate the monumental milestone, the graduation of the pioneer cohort of the School of Politics, Policy and Governance here in Kenya, it is my distinct honor to address this distinguished assembly. To our graduates, first and foremost, my warmest and heartfelt congratulations. You did it. You endured, you persevered over the last 10 months of intensive participation in an academic program. You made it deliberate for you to challenge and stretch your minds, to challenge your deep-seated assumptions and invest in the democratic future of our continent. By reaching this day, you have demonstrated an abiding commitment to the core pillars of SPPG that have been highlighted by our Dean: character, competency, and capacity. We are incredibly proud of you. To our guest of honor, Madam Zainab Bangula, thank you for finding time from your busy schedule to come and join us. Your presence here today is an eloquent testimony, and I'll be saying so shortly, to the values you have championed throughout your distinguished career, and a reflection of your unwavering commitment
crafted with
to
passion,
serving
layered with rich
our
tradition.
beloved continent.
Every spice tells a story.
Why fix politics?
Nimekuchagua wewe nikupende,
Truly appreciate
sitaki mwingine,
the significance of
aushi
this celebration.
usiniache,
We must reflect on the profound and urgent necessity
usipende mwingine,
that birthed SPPG
moyo
Kenya
wangu ni mwepesi,
and necessary
umenikalia
to
chapati, nafanya
in the
vituko kama
broader
chizi,
fixed
kukupenda
politics.
sitasizi, moyo wangu ni mwepesi, umenikalia
I
chapati,
first had
nafanya
an
vituko kama
privilege
chizi, kukupenda
knowing
sitasizi, sura yako mzuri
our
mama.
founder during her tenure as the Vice President. Together, we collaborated on critical including the design of the Africa continent, the digitization of the African Union processes, and the strengthening of the African Trade and Investment Development Insurance, ATIDI. They were just having their annual general meeting, Madam, just 2 days ago, and I was guest speaker there. And you can't believe that seed we planted is now a 10 billion project. That is assets and a return capacity of 93 billion. Please give her a round of applause. Obi has always been a reformist and a transformational champion in every respect. Long before her time at the World Bank, she co-founded Transparency International and later served Nigeria as Minister of Solid Minerals and Minister of Education, where her unyielding stance and accountability under the iconic moniker, Madam Due Process. Please give her a round of Following her time at the World Bank, Obi stepped directly into the political arena as a presidential candidate in Nigeria's 2019 elections. In a race, she ultimately chose to withdraw just a few months from the polling day. But her name still remained on the ballot paper. That experience led her to a period of deep data-driven reflection on the mechanics of Africa's governance. Her research findings revealed a stark truth: the ultimate Achilles heel accounting for Africa's systemic underperformance: poor governance. For far too long, Africa's political landscape has been disrupted by systemic inefficiencies, transactional leadership, and deep-seated governance deficits. There is not one country on track as we speak to achieve half of the Sustainable Development Goals. And at the current rate, at which we are going, even the achievement of the African Union Agenda 2063 will remain a pipe dream. On the contrary, empirical indicators show that since the 1990s, Africa has actively regressed across vital sectors. Demographic deconsolidation. While the number of democracies on the continent grew from just 3 in 1985 to 22 by 2015, that progress has sharply reversed. The number of state democracies has shrunk back to 18, accompanied by a troubling resurgence of unconstitutional change of government and institutional backsliding. Human Development Index, reversal 2. Sub-Saharan Africa's average Human Development Index score stagnates near 0.55, significantly lagging behind the global average of over 7.5. Recent global disruptions have triggered a stark Human Development Score reversal in over 40 countries. This has actually wiped out hard-won progress in health and in education access. Public goods and service delivery deficits. The delivery of healthcare, basic infrastructure, and clean water has failed to scale with our population growth, largely driven by corruption and misallocation of public resources. And despite our population having more than doubled over the last 5 decades to account for average 17% of humanity, Africa's share of global trade has actually declined from 4.4% to just 3%. In other words, we're going backwards. Similarly, our contribution to global nominal GDP sits at a disproportionate 3%. Look at the industrial sector. Industrial production has fallen behind the manufacturing sector, its share of Africa's GDP has languished at a mere 11 to 13%, less than half the industrial share powering the economies of East Asia. And you know that's where the global economy is shifting to. It's not to Africa, it is to East Asia. And declining per capita food production is in another worry. Hampered by low investment, a lack of modernization, and worsening climate shocks, agricultural production growth has plummeted by 34% relative to 1960's potential. In other words, per capita food production in 1960 was higher than it is today. And that's when we gained our independence. And that is even when Africa has 60% of the global arable land. And yet, we're importing at great costs between 70% and 100% of the food that we eat in Africa. That is how bad things have become. One can go on and on. There is now a widespread, inescapable realization across our continent. We cannot fix the economy. We cannot fix development. We cannot fix society without first fixing the politics that govern them all. This mission carries immense urgency when we look at our demographic reality. Africa is the youngest continent in the world, with a median age of 19.5 years. By 2050, our population is projected to reach 2.5 billion, accounting for a full quarter of global population. This is not a mere statistic. It is a profound, heavy responsibility. A youthful, vibrant population demands a leadership that is competent, accountable, and visionary. If we fail to fix the politics today, we risk squandering this demographic dividend and turning it into a catastrophic demographic crisis. The SPPG Kenya was established to disrupt this status quo. Our mission is to deliberately midwife a new political class. We're here to permanently shift the paradigm of leadership away from self-serving power dynamics and to forward-looking, community-centric, and evidence-based public service. What you have achieved over the last 10 months was intentionally designed to be difficult. This coup does not simply hand out certificates. It demands total transformation. As the Dean informed us just now, these pioneer graduates have successfully navigated a rigorous curriculum structured around 3 intensive pillars: intensive lectures, capstone projects, and manifesto development. This structure or structural rigor ensures that as you step out of these doors today, you do not live merely as a politically conscious, just merely politically conscious citizens. You emerge as highly competent technocrats and ethical leaders, ready to execute from day one. Graduation, therefore, is not the end of the SSP journey. It is your transition into a lifelong continental responsibility. Under the umbrella of Fixed Politics Kenya, you are entering an enduring powerful fellowship of 3 interconnected work study streams. Work Study Group 1 focuses on creating an empowered, informed, and active citizenry. Work Study Group 2, which we celebrate today, is intentionally designed and establishes a pipeline of value-based, competent leaders. And the Work Study Group 3 focuses on reforms and strengthens systemic regulations and administrative public institutions. And it's so good to see people like Senator here, because he sits at that very center of some of the places that you will be trying to work with, and many others. These work study groups reinforce each other. This network will keep you anchored, collaborative, and mutually accountable. And as you go out into the world to operationalize our unique 3-pronged governance framework, you are now the vital nodes of an ecosystem of change that will support you, challenge you, and amplify your impact across Kenya and the wider African continent. This grand experiment and its successful realization would be completely impossible without the dedicated ecosystem that supports it. Looking around this room, I'm deeply moved by the presence of so many distinguished personalities. You are surrounded by individuals who have spent decades advocating for ethical, community-centric leadership. Your presence here today validates the righteous path these graduates have chosen, and we thank you for your unwavering support. I would like to extend a very special, profound thank you to our SPPG Nigeria team, led by exceptional Madam Alero Ayeda Ojomo. Please, let's acknowledge you. Thank you for your constant guidance, your operational blueprints, your steady, reassuring support throughout this journey. You paved the way, and we are proud to walk this path with you. Finally, my deep gratitude goes to the indefatigable SPPG Kenya team. Please give them a hand. That team has worked tirelessly to make sure that we're here today. And I'm sure Diana will be mentioning some of the names, and Dean and the rest, Misati and Nancy, just to acknowledge you. So graduates, here now is your church. The classroom phase is now over, and the field of execution awaits. Africa is waiting for your character, for your competence, and your capacity. Do not compromise the standards you have learned here. Go out, fix our politics at whatever station in life you will serve, and restore the promise of our continent. Let your values be the light to shine the path for this and the generations to come. Thank you very much, and may God bless your journey ahead.
A better round of applause for the chairman Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you very, very much, Ambassador. One more clap until he's seated. The good ambassador has spoken to our spirits. He has reminded us that if we fail to fix the politics today, we risk squandering the demographic dividend that has opportuned itself for us. And he has reminded us of the importance of remaining anchored, especially the graduates, to the working sector groups and the network that is going to emerge from here. Because you will need help. You will need people. You will need collaborators to change this continent. The next speaker that I'm going to be inviting is someone who has managed to get very many collaborators to work with her. The first time I met her, it was in a meeting of curators of African leadership development curricula. I had her speak, and my comments to the executive director of the Emerging Leaders Foundation was that that person sitting next to you is very deep. And she told me, you don't know her? You must meet her today. She's always deep. This person that I'm talking about has served as the CEO and founder of Incubator Africa. She has also served in different sectors in Ghana, Liberia, Nigeria. She is a founder also and for Teach for Nigeria. She is an author par excellence. She has written a book that if you have not read, you must read, where she calls for a people of dignity to influence and action. The book is titled Reformers Arise. If you haven't read this book, you must find it and read it, because you need to be awakened to the assignment that is ahead of us. I am speaking about a woman who identifies as a transformation strategist with invaluable understanding of sector-wide reforms in Africa. She is passionate about reforming educational and health systems and transforming individuals and institutions. A graduate of Oxford University, Bartlett School of Architecture and Town Planning, University of London, and the London Business School. This lady that I'm inviting is a woman who I can vouch for, that she stands and prays for Africa. She is currently serving as the Executive Board Member for Human Capital Africa, and SPPG is proud to call her CEO Africa. Welcome, Madam Alero. Please clap for a very deep woman. You're not clapping. Clap like you know you're about to receive depth.
I wanna be famous. I wanna have lots and lots of money.
Thank you very much, Stella.
Clouds, I wanna be.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a day. Historical, monumental, incredible day. What a moment. Congratulations and so well done. I think before I can't even just clap for yourself. Thank you very much. Madam Obi Ezekwesili, founder, my sister, and my friend. Well done. Very well done. This is just the beginning. You ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah. Our chief guest, our keynote speaker, Miss Awa Bangura, we welcome you. The chair, Ambassador Wencha, a good man, a great man. Honorable Misati, thank you. Nancy, the connector, foundation layer, thank you. Diana, CEO, SPPG, Kenya par excellence, thank you. Distinguished guests, faculty partners, we see them. Nerima, good to see you. The co-conveners of Fixed Politics, SPPG, Kenya, and above all, a graduating class of 2026. I met several of you when I came to Nairobi, I think about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and I thoroughly enjoyed myself. The energy, the wisdom in the room, the passion. This pioneer class, you're a great class, and you're going to shine across the continent. But let me stick to mine. The School of Politics, Policy and Governance was founded to disrupt the old order of politics and to cultivate leaders of great. You, our graduates, are proof that this vision is alive. You have endured the rigor of study, and we know what you have been through because we went through it in Nigeria. Every day in class, 3 hours. From Tuesday to Friday, you chose Monday to Thursday. It was onerous, it was rigorous, but at the end, it is so worth it. You have endured that rigor of study, the challenge of reflection, and the discipline of service. And now, you stand ready to lead differently. Each and every one of you. Disruptors define status quo. You are a new breed of political leaders, of public leaders. My own journey from founding Incubator Africa to co-creating Teach for Nigeria to serving as CEO SPPG has taught me that transformation truly begins with individuals who dare to believe that systems can change. Stella, thank you. When I saw you, I said, I know that lady. And I thought it was with SPPG. So maybe you need to do so. Whew. To believe that whether in education, health, or governance, reform is never, ever easy. And many of you can testify to it. Nerima can testify to it. But it's always possible when leaders choose integrity over expediency, you choose service over self, and you choose courage over fear. Graduates, I'm going to join others to declare that Kenya and Africa need you to be such leaders. You are not just graduates of a program, you are custodians of a great movement. A movement that insists that politics must serve people. A movement that insists that governance must uplift communities. And a movement that insists that leadership must be ethical, visionary, and inclusive. Your training has revealed that governance is not an institution, but it's a responsibility each and every one of you must carry with transparency and integrity. And you have learned that politics at its core is not about power, it's about the people. It's about the people. The people that you serve, the people that you love, that the people you are willing to lay down your life for. It's about the people. If you don't carry those qualities, you haven't started your journey. But I know that you do. As you step into this next chapter of your life, let me remind you that leadership is not a title. It is a posture. And it's how you hold yourself when it is easier to give up. Those of you that have started serving, if you've been in very difficult situations, you know it's not about caving in. It is how you respond when silence seems safer than speaking the truth. And many of our leaders stay silent, but you are different. It is the discipline to stay rooted in values even when compromise looks more rewarding. Leadership is the daily choice to serve. The certificate you hold today is not a destination. I love this. It's a commissioning. It is a what? It is a what? Thank you. It calls you to live out the values, those 3 C's. You never forget them as SPPG graduates. Character, competence, and capacity in every sphere that you enter. It calls you to be unconventional in a world that prefers conformity. It calls you to be builders in a society that too often learns to break down. Class of 2026, I dare say that the future will pose challenging questions to you. Some will test your courage, but you know you have to be as courageous as what? The lion, yeah. Others will test your compassion, but your heart of compassion you must never let go. But I'm confident that you have been prepared to respond. The Kenya and Africa you long for will not emerge by chance. And I remember yesterday listening to the chairman of Fixed Politics Africa saying time and time again that development is not by chance, it's not by engineering, it's a mindset transformation. And the daily choices that you make will create that mindset transformation and create the future that Kenya and Africa needs. So once again, congratulations. You are now part of a movement of leaders who are unafraid to stand differently, who are not afraid to serve sacrificially and to dream audaciously. Carry this light forward. The world, the continent is waiting. And I'm going to declare over all of you, arise and build. Build the new Kenya, build the new Africa. And as you arise and you build, I want you to think of 5 distinguishing qualities that you must embrace. And the question is, what are the 5? The first, P, passion. You have to remain driven by passion. Unrelenting passion. R, resilience. Uncompromising resilience. I, any one of you can come up with I, integrity. Non-negotiable integrity. And D, dignity, because it takes dignity for you to say no to certain things that are below who you are. And E, exceptional service, first to your family, then to communities, to your sphere of influence, and to the nation. And what does that spell? P-R-I-D-E. Thank you. It spells pride. And which animal lives and moves in pride? The lion. Yes. As lions arise, they do not ask for permission to roar. They rise with confidence. They protect their pride, their nation, their communities, their family, and they chart new territories. You're pathfinders, trailblazers. Don't forget that. Today, I charge you to awaken the lion within you. Let your leadership roar with integrity. Let your service roar with compassion. Let your vision roar with boldness. To our partners, families, and capstone mentors, thank you for nurturing this pride of lions, the graduates of the class of 2026. Thank you. The continent is waiting for your roar. And this morning, you're going to release your loudest roar as I finish. So be clearing your throat. As you stand, you know you have to stand with posture. You don't, only cats, only kittens sit when they roar. So get ready. I hope you're ready. Today, class of 2026, every single one of you become a custodian of the future that Kenya is waiting for. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, the best way to predict your future is to create it. Are you ready? Create a brighter and better Kenya. And it starts with you, and it starts now. Are you ready? So as I congratulate you, I call you to arise. You are Thank you. You clear your throat. Your posture, courage, fearlessness. And then at the count of 3, you're going to release the loudest roar, and they better hear it across the city of Nairobi. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, go! Roar! Well done. God bless you all.
A round of applause for Madame Alero. I promised you that she was going to be deep. You had her. Please keep clapping until she sits down. Keep clapping until she sits down.
I wanna freedom. I wanna be remembered. I wanna go.
Thank you very much. If you forget everything that she said, class of 2026, please remember to carry the passion that she carries. Remember to care about this continent so deeply that it keeps you awake. And remember to constantly carry values. She's reminded you about some of the values that you should carry out of this room and out of your graduation. And I hope you will remember to do that. One last clap for her. I have been reminded by someone to introduce myself, and I said I don't do that when I'm hosting until I finish. So you will keep guessing who is speaking to you. Call me your MC. We are going to be shifting gears, and the next session is a session where we are trooping the colors. The session where we're showing off what SPPG has been cooking in the year 2026. I'm going to invite Dr. Njoki to come and help me execute this part of the program. Please come up to the stage, Dr. Njoki. And as she's coming up to the stage, we are going to be doing a presentation of certificates and the scrolls to the graduates of 2026. If you were not in that class, learning late at night in a matatu, while taking care of your babies, while cooking and all that, remember to clap for them like you know they have put in a sacrifice. And remember to clap for them also like people who know that they're about to embark on transformation for this continent. I will also invite the chairman, Fix Politics Kenya, to join us on the podium. And please, as you're coming up, please come with the founder, Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, because you shall be the ones issuing the scrolls. Over to you, Dr. Njoki. Mayogi, if you could please come up, we need to move the banner so that we have amazing photo ops. Mayogi, please. Thank you.
So this is the moment we've all been waiting for, or the most important moment, when we give you your certificates. Okay. All right. Are these mics working? Can you hear me? Great. All ready?
She knows where they are.
Yeah? Where? Are you fine? Yes. Do you? Okay. So we can go ahead. Okay. So I'm going to read your names in alphabetical order. So I believe that's also how you're seated. So you will come in on this side, and we will give you the scroll, and you will greet our very distinguished founder and chair of Fixed Politics, and then you will go down, and so once we are done with everybody, you will come back to the stage so that we can have a group photo. Yeah, I don't know whether we'll have more people coming in to replace you. Okay, great. Are you excited? Yes, let me hear, what do you call it in Kenya? Okay. So as they are trying to sort out the banner, the media people, so that we have the best photos, and please don't run away. Take your time and have a photo op. So I was asking, in Kenya tunasemaje?
Dr. Njoki, sorry for interrupting you. We are being requested that they move closer to the front for better pictures.
Oh, okay.
Closer to the front of the podium.
So Dr. Obi, move.
2 steps.
You can't tell a question.
Yeah. So they're saying we move more forward.
The projector is already off, so just 2 steps to the front.
Maybe you two move forward.
Yeah? Yes. That's fine. Okay. Or over to you, Dr. Njoki. The media is happy.
Okay. That's okay. It's okay.
In the meeting yesterday, they said they were stage alafu
Oh. Okay. So from starting, so well, again, congratulations. Let's give a round of applause. So we start. So you'll just come in. Amelia Bochaberi Chongo. Anne Ishongwa. Arnold Nyaboga Gekonge. Beatrice Kemani. Beatrice Kwamboka Bikeri. Bernard Ochieng Boya. Benjamin Pascal Wanjala. Brian Getuba Oeke. Brian Murutu Sifuna. Collins John Barasa. Deborah Mukai Kasina. Diana Nekoye Sifuna. Eda Bosereze Kivisi.
Kwa vilio na huzuni tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani.
So that's Diana, and then Eda Bosereze Kivisi. There you are. Edna Gesare. Eno Kombachi. Evans Otieno Othiambo. Faith Jepto Kipia. Fausto Maina Kenywa. Frederick Nzioka Mutua. George Mitana Kapio. Gary Omondi Obiero. Getugi Robinson Obaga. Isaac Karanja Wanene. Jankan Kipkurui Limo. Janet Nandwa Ongoli. Jorge Eugene Sulwe. Kilonzo Mutie. Lilian Waithera Thuo. Lungatso Auka Modesta. Martha Ann Wanjiko Nyamo. That one seems quite popular. Maureen Akinyi Odera. Mercy John. Mercy Mukeni Okumu. Monica Atieno Othiambo. Monica Musumba Sifuna. Moses Kiprotich Rono. Mutabari Baraka Monene. Okay. Oh, sawa. I need to slow down so that we can appreciate you. Okari Omariba, Patrick Kiarie Koigi, Peter Kavo Kilonzo, Robert Shaita Atewa, Rono Hilda Chepngetich, Samuel Kalama Fondo, Samuel Tai Omare, Sharon Nyambura Wamboi. I'm not hearing you cheer. Solomon Joroge Jenga. Sophie Kerubo Nyakundi. Stephen Kemathi Rogendo. Sylvia Kasoa Sore. Oh, woman rep. Hey. Congratulations. Verdine Sauti. Waithera BM Kibinda. Wendy Aura Obel. And the two last ones, let's give them good energy. Wendy Awor Ongare. And last but not least, Winnie Maru. Congratulations. Hongera, Hongera. MC, Madam MC, Hongera. Samuel Ondalo Otieno. So let's give them a huge round of applause. Yes.
Photo op. I'm going
back. Yeah.
Thank you, sound. Thank you, sound. Dr. Njoki was about to mess up my script. The graduates, please come back up here. We need to have a good photo op moment with the founder and the chair. Please come up quickly. Let's make haste to come onto the podium. Pick your spot in the set and wait for the cameras to flick. If you're tall, don't be at the front. Can I please have one of the cameramen to come and give the directions on the set, please? Please come and give directions on the set so that we have a perfect picture.
Should we move?
Please take instructions from this gentleman. He's going to organize you nicely.
Okay.
Move one step ahead, yeah. Are we all set? Another one step ahead. Go another step ahead.
Can I make one small announcement for Okay. It's okay. Thank you very much. Let me just make some announcement for order. There are two camera people who are standing at the center of the room taking pictures. We need you to finish your pictures first and leave that space so that you allow the cameras at the back to take the pictures. Ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I believe the cameramen are now happy.
Is our camera the red guy?
Yes. One in the red.
I hope we're not all too serious.
Thank you very much. Make your way to your seats. Make your way to your seat. Please don't obstruct the guests. Please make your way to the seat and don't obstruct the guests. I'm also going to ask Mayogi to come back and help me with the banners one more time. Oh, thank you, Mayogi. You're such a sport. Meanwhile, social justice working group, theater group, please get ready. Social Justice Center Theater Group, please be getting ready.
I'd like to be as smart as a fox, as strong
Social Justice Theatre Group be on standby? Okay, do it.
Hey, later. This one should be on that side. It doesn't have a place for resting paper, so we don't want guests to struggle. And then these ones come here. Put these ones here. It'll go up. Yes, then you move this one out. This one is here. Yes. Then this one is behind it. Thank you.
He works in ways.
No. Thank you, Mayogi. Thank you, Kalama. You're such sports. The Social Justice Theatre Group is going to give us an interlude. Over to you, Social Justice Theatre Group.
With love and strength for each new day, He will make a way.
Thank you very much, Madam. Warm welcome. Asante sana. Naomba tumpigie makofi jamani. Tumpigie makofi for the warm welcome. Asante sana. Karibuni to the rest of the visitors. Naomba tuingie tafadhali, naomba tuingie. Let us welcome to all our visitors today. Today is a very special occasion actually. So I'm very excited. I'm so excited. Welcome. Welcome to our special visitors. Welcome. Welcome Walimu. Welcome everyone. So as we all know, 10 years ago actually, we are alumni of this school. We graduated, and now it is awesome that 10 years later we are invited to, actually I'm invited to facilitate my past Mwalimu Kawiche. He was the one teaching me actually, and I'm so excited. To those who don't know me, my name is MCJ, and to those who don't know me, I'm still MCJ. Naomba mnipigie makofi pia mimi. I'm so excited. So without much further ado, let us go straight to the program. And first of all, I'm so excited. I'm excited to be here. As I said, I'm an alumni of SPPG, and we had a great we had a great time as students 10 years ago, and so we have a couple of surprising events coming up, and I'd like to invite straight up. If I say give it up for, we clap once, okay? So give it up for our very special, talented artist from the Social Justice Centers, Poet Sonny.
Nikisema poet, munasema Sonny. Poet. So are you happy to be here, or you are here to be happy? Of course, we are here to be happy. So I'm Sonny the poet, mwanafunzi wa Mwalimu Kawiche, na yendo aliniinspire nikaandika EPs. I hope you like it. Tulidhani umetosha mboga tukakuunga mkono. So umeunganisha ukatuachia tu sogo. Umemake dough ka chapati, sasa tumekuwa your ex. Hata eri Facebook wanaofa power. Kweli hata kitwitter hatutafollow. Mr. Politician, tuna beef na wewe. Stop milking the poor. Hata kaa tumekonda kwa njaa, usitubebe kimandazi. Promises zako fishi peleka leke. I can't stomach them kwa itumbo ina njaa. Mr. Politician, matumbo inauma, tumechoka kula kwa macho. Staki pesa yako, nipe job ka Steve ni afford ka Apple. Na lipa hopes na hivas. Uchumi mezorota pia na kumat. Ni hard ku afford data food for thought. So let's continue building the 3 C's: capacity, character, and competence. Solid the point.
Hey, tumpigie makofi mzali jamani. Tumpigie makofi. You know, hata mimi sijui ni wa surprise na sample moja. Hata mimi nikuwe msanii kidogo. Nijaribu. Jie. Nikisema kitu mnasema Z, okay? When I say something you say Z. Z mpaka Z. Niliamka asubuhi na usingi. Alafu nikaenda kununua manda. Nandi. Kwa mamambo. Lakini nimejaribu. Si mnipigie makofi hata mimi jamani. Nimejaribu. You know, speaking of mwalimu actually, nimekumbuka kitu moja. There was a time, you know, the old days 10 years ago, I was actually at Mr. Kawiche's office. And we were having a conversation. Alafu, nika happen kuangusha kalamu in the midst of writing a notice. And then, you know, unajua hali ya hewa, ile unainama hivi, nilikuwa nimeshiba, nikaachilia kidogo. Alafu Mr. Kawiche alicheka sana, lakini mimi unajua mimi lazima nishtuke. I was actually very frightened. Lakini akaniangalia akasema, my son, don't worry. It is all natural. So all along, nikisikia tu natural, I always remember Mr. Kawiche. They were old times. Anyway, without much further ado, next up on the podium, I'd like to invite someone very special. Unajua mimi nimesoma na madaktari. The one coming up on stage is a doctor. Very proud. Anaitwa doctor. Okay. Nilikumbuka venye niliwaambia, when I say something, you clap. Give it up for on stage. Give it up for Dr. Zawadi.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, MCJ. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Zawadi, or Dr. Zauzau. I'm also a former student in the School of Politics, Policies and Governance. I'm also a community organizer, very proud one. I own a dispensary at Tima community, whereby it serves the community with free healthcare services and targets especially young children. And thank you to our mwalimu here, Mr. Kawiche. I'm very grateful. With the 3 C's that he taught us 10 years ago, that is character, competence, and capacity, I have been able to use them in my organizing, and also the growth of my organizing in terms of helping people in my community. But what I heard you, Mwalimu Kawiche, and the rest of the head of institutions here, please, we really need this model of education in our communities, mostly targeting young leaders and upcoming leaders in our communities. This is to help them in their organizing and mobilizing, and also to come up with alternative leadership or alternative political leadership of our country tomorrow. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate it. And congratulations, Mwalimu Kawiche.
Asante sana daktari, Dr. Zawadi. Nikisema doctor, mnasema zau. Doctor? Doctor? Nikisema zau, mnasema doctor. Zau? Zau? Asante sana daktari. Now, next up on stage, next up on the podium, we have a very important guest. Also an alumni of SPPG and my previous classmate. Tunasema gaje? My past classmate. Tunasema gaje? Former classmate. Like mwalimu. Anyway, let us welcome Mr. Wilson on stage. Karibu Mr.
Clap for me, everyone. Yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Honorable Mheshimiwa Mapesa, directors, professors, and fellow alumni. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, my name is Wilson, and Mr. Kawiche was our teacher those days. That is 10 years ago here in Luslike. I remember when you were graduating, and the one thing that he taught us, and I want to appreciate Mr. Mapesa. Let's also clap for him first before I continue. Clap for Mr. Mapesa. I want to appreciate him because he has worked with me and he has shown us the way that Mr. Kawiche taught us. Mr. Mapesa has given me an opportunity. The way you can see me with a suit, it's because of Mr. Mapesa. Mr. Mapesa is a good person. Mr. Mapesa is a good person. And as you can see, I am a man of very short word. I will give you one proverb. Asiyesikia la mkuu, utapata mwanasi wako. Wale wajanja wamekielewa. So let me give Mr. Mapesa this opportunity so that he can talk, because I've told you I'm a man of short words. Let's clap for him.
Thank you, asante sana. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests and all the invited guests, good morning or good afternoon. Yes, my name is Mr. Mapesa, as you can see, and this is my colleague, and actually huyu nimemsaidia sana huyu. I have done a lot for this young man here. Mpaka saa hii anaweza vaa suti. Can you clap for me? It's a good job that I've always done. You know one thing about you people. Mnatuona kule nje, you see us on TV, mnaona scandal ambao hao watu wanaandika, bloggers hapa na pale, they start telling you of how bad we are. But the good thing and the truth is, mambo ni tofauti sana kwa ground. I know mwalimu pale alitufundisha that the 3 C's ambazo my colleagues here wamekuwa kimention every now and then. But let me tell you, the ground is different. The ground is different, bwana. I knew it myself when niliget kwa ground. Do you know why? Kwa sababu nilifika kwa ground, napata watu wanataka wapewe kitu kidogo. And who am I? Mimi ni Mr. Mapesa. And I made sure narisha kijana kama ule mpaka saya nangara anavaa suti. You see? Now, one last thing before nikae chini kwa sababu it's your day mwalimu. One last thing. Hawa watu mnaona huku ati ni mapoets. Hawa watu wasanii hawa wanaanza kusema mambo yao. Ati yo sigi Mr. Politician umefanya nini? You be careful. Be careful kwa sababu wewe ujue kwamba let me talk bwana. Let me talk. Wacha niongee. Hii lazima niseme, wacha niseme nitoke. Hii nawaambia hawa wasanii hawa wanashinda huku wakisema sijui tumefanya nini. Oh Mr. Politician sijui begeuza nini. Can you change your perception? Na mwanze kusema vitu zingine bwana. Kwa sababu ya muda, let me leave it at that. Asante.
Asante sana mheshimiwa. Tumpigie mheshimiwa makofi. Lakini naomba for the rest of the speakers, tafadhali hakuna wakati na tafadhali tufuate program. Let us not speak something out of the context. Today we are here for a very special day. It is the graduation party for Mr. Kawiche. Tafadhali naomba tufuate program. But no, please.
Please, 1 minute. Yes. Mheshimiwa has one thing to say. Please.
Yes.
Just a minute.
Yeah, and before I forget, thank you very much, my friend. And before I forget, kwa sababu pia mimi ni mtu roho nzuri, roho nyepesi, roho ya pamba. Sijatembea hivyo vile mnaniona tu niko hivi. I have walked with my name. Nimetembea na mapesa. Kwa hivyo, pale mwalimu, I have 1.2 million ya kukupea. Kwa hivyo leo before mwalimu tutoke hapa 1.2 million tutakuwa tumerusha kwa account. Ndio ukiretire, you retire in peace. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Tumpigie makofi tena kwa hiyo generosity yake. Anyway, bila kupoteza wakati, it is now the day time. The time to invite the special person for this event. I'd like to introduce my former teacher, Mr. Kawiche. Professors of all professors, the one and only. Now we shall invite this professor in a very special way. I shall invite mwalimu in a very special way. Let us just clap in 3 factorial manner. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. But na tunaweka madoido kidogo. Sawa? 1, 2, 3. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Paukwa! Pakawa! Tena! Asante! Karibu.
Thank you. You know, being a teacher, you see a lot. And for those who have spoken here, All of them were my students. And you know, being here today reminds me of a very, very special day. 10 years ago, you were here. I could see my very beautiful students smiling, coming to graduate, and that was nice. In fact, Enoch was smiling so nice. You know, that day was very special to him. And I can tell you that the School of Politics, Policy and Governance did not just start today. It began a while back in Nigeria. That was 15 years ago. And then there was need to share these skills to all countries in Africa. And then 5 years later, we came to Kenya. After some time, we went to Ghana. And now I can say that we have occupied more than 30 countries in Africa. And you know, it is not just a one country thing. It is all about Pan-Africanism. It is all about creating good economic policies and producing good ethical leaders to spread this message in our community. And that is what we should be having. Competence, character, and capacity should drive all of you. And speaking about good leadership, you know, they say that in every market, you cannot lack 1 or 2 mad people. I won't specify mad men. I will say mad people. I'm saying this because if you are a leader, like my good student, Mr. Mapesa here, he's a good leader. I cannot deny that. But, please, always know the people have the power to put you into that position. So treat them well. Talk to them nicely. If you do good things to someone, it does not mean that you have done good to him. It means maybe he has the right to be done those good things. So stop bragging. It is good to brag, but stop bragging. They say, tenda wema, nenda zako. And my good student, and those who are aspiring to be in leadership position, just know the people can place you there, and the same people have the mandate to drop you from that position. Because today is a ceremony, and we were here 10 years ago for graduation. Now we are here for my retirement. I want us to enjoy. And I will leave you with one quote from the famous Frank Fanon that says, each generation has a mission or a role to fulfill. It's either you build or you destroy. And now ask yourself, where are you? Yes, where are you?
Tukomboe Kenya na Afrika yote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri. Tukomboe Kenya na Afrika na Nigeria tumetoka kwa siasa nzuri. Hata Kenya tumefika kwa siasa nzuri. Hata Ghana tulifika kwa siasa nzuri. Na Mali tutafika kwa siasa nzuri. tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe hii Kenya na Afrika yote. Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri, tukomboe hii Kenya na Afrika yote. The Social Justice Center's traveling theatre.
Thank you very much and have a nice day, your MCJ.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for them again. Thank you, Social Justice Centers, for also helping me clear the podium. We are really running out of time, but we are entering a very exciting session. I have been standing right opposite our chief guest today, and I must tell you that from my assessment, you are about to be treated to a very special session of speeches right now. And for those of you who read the Bible, I'm sure you have read Psalm 45:1 that says, "My heart is composing a goodly matter. I speak of the verses which I have made concerning the king. My tongue is the pen of a ready writer." The people who are about to speak to you have been reflecting, taking a lot of notes, and I'm certain you will benefit from this conversation. So settle down. That interlude was for you to take a break and breathe, and settle down for the next speeches. I'm going to invite Ambassador Mwencha to help me introduce the next speaker. And Ambassador Mwencha, I am hereby announcing in front of the public that you can take over my MC responsibilities to also invite the speaker after that one, because you are best placed to introduce both of them. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Hello? Hello? I was going to ask you to roar, but because of time, we'll do it at the end. I have a very pleasant and humble duty to perform this morning. And my role is just to introduce our next speaker, Madam Zainab Bangura. And for brevity, I'm just going to speak off script, because if I start reading her bio, you will be here until after lunch. And I know that that is not possible. Madam Bangura is a household name in Kenya. Isn't it the case? Is there anybody who doesn't know her role in Kenya? Let me see. You can see for yourself. I think we are going to ask you to carve out a constituency in this country and stay after your retirement. Let me just give you a snippet, and I'm sure you can Google and read about her a lot. Madam Bangura is a native, a daughter of the soil of Africa, whose origin is Sierra Leone. She is an ardent advocate for human rights, for social equality and justice. And she has fought and stood for these values since she started her career. She's also a professional person that understands about insurance business around the globe, worked at the continental level. But long before that, she served in various capacities. I'm sure some of you will remember there was a horrible war, a civil war in Liberia. She was on the ground. No, it was Liberia. Liberia. Yeah. And in Liberia, she went to heal wounds, and particularly for traumatized ladies, but also to bring about justice. And in her own way, she has also fought in the trenches to bring about good governance in Sierra Leone alone. Please give her a applause of hands. In the political arena, she served as Minister of Health, but also served as Minister of Foreign Affairs. That is when our paths crossed. At the time I was serving at the African Union as Deputy Chairperson, during that time, Sierra Leone was chair of the African Union. And you can imagine, President Ernest Koroma was chair of the authority, and she was the chair of the Council of Ministers. It was also at the time when leader Gaddafi wanted us to bring about the United States of Africa. I remember in the halls of Addis Ababa, in Sirte, Libya, us struggling together. But that project did not see light of day and still remains as an unfinished agenda. As you know, the United Nations Secretary General Guterres appointed her to lead the largest mission in the Global South, the Nairobi office. And if you get to know the number of employees under her command, I think of now they almost reach 20,000, 30,000 here in Nairobi. She's commanding a big territory. Madam Bengura is a personal passion for development, but most also to ensure that United Nations, as it is being challenged, and you can see United Nations multilateralism is under attack, but they have held that structure steady. And now I have the distinct honor to invite my dear sister. Madam, please be upstanding to give her a warm welcome as she comes to address.
Thank you so much. I think he's biased. I wish all the things you said were exactly correct. Well, thank you very much for that. And thank you, my sister Ubi. Mike, this is the best one. Okay, let me move this a little bit. Can you hear me? Dr. Obi, my friend, my sister, she doesn't like telling me the story. And I tell it all the time. When I was appointed Minister of Foreign Affairs, the first person who called me in my office was Obi. She said to me, "Congratulations, I'm here. Just know that I have your back. If there's anything I can do to help you succeed, I'll do it." Then it happened a couple of months later, we had one of the biggest crises that was going to destroy our government. It had to do with the World Bank support. Which had been mismanaged, or on the verge of being mismanaged, by a minister colleague. So I told the president, "Can you allow me to take charge?" I was Minister of Foreign Affairs, I was not Minister of Energy. I reached out to Obi. I said, "We've made mistake. I just want to tell you the mistakes are not intentional. I need you to help me to tell me where did we go wrong? And what can we do to correct this?" She took her time. She explained to me. She told me what decision the government has to take. You know, she's very strict. She's no nonsense. So, but at least it helped us to go back on the drawing board. We took all the decisions she advised, and we got the funding. We light the city because of her. So that's what we thought. And I hope you're here as you leave, get those networks. That's what will help you at some important time. As the founder of Fixed Politics and School of Politics and Policy Governance, my sister, Mr. Frank Kweki, second chairman of Fixed Politics Africa, Madame Aleru, CEO, Ambassador, you did a lot of good CV on me. I hope it was true, all you said about me. Thank you for the honor. The Senator, thank you for coming and joining us and supporting. Distinguished faculty, partners, families, and friends. Above all, the pioneer graduating class of 2026. Good morning. It is a great honor and privilege to join you today as a chief guest at this historic ceremony. Today is much more than a graduation. It marks the beginning of a movement. You are not simply receiving certificates. You are becoming the first custodians of an idea. The idea that Africa can deliberately educate, prepare, and shape a new generation of ethical public leaders. And that gives me hope. Allow me to begin with a story. In 1965, few people believed that a tiny island with no natural resources could become one of the world's most successful nations. It had no oil, no minerals, few strategic advantage. Much of its population lived in poverty, and its economy was comparable to that of many developing countries. Yet, within a single generation, it transformed itself into one of the world's most prosperous, best governed, and most respected nations. How? The answer was not hidden beneath the ground. It was found in its people. And in one leader who believed that education, integrity, discipline, and public service could change the destiny of a nation. His name was Lee Kuan Yew, fondly known as LKY. He was a visionary who served as Singapore's first prime minister, 1959 to 1990. He built institutions instead of personalities. He invested in education rather than patronage. He insisted that public office was a place of service, not privilege. He demanded competence, integrity, and discipline from those entrusted with public responsibility. Most people ask why Africa has not yet produced its own Lee Kuan Yew. I believe that is the wrong question. The right question is this: who among you will become the leader whose story future generations will tell? Africa does not need its own Lee Kuan Yew. Africa needs the next generation of its sons and daughters, African leaders who will transform nations through integrity, competence, and public service. Nothing stops each and every one of you in this room today to be that charismatic, visionary leader. Former United Nations Secretary General Kofi Annan once said, "To live is to choose, but to choose well, you must know who you are and what you stand for, when you want to go, where you want to go, and why you want to get there." End of quote. This is the essence of leadership. Leadership is not the first about holding office. It is about making choices. Choosing integrity when corruption appears easier. Choosing service over self-interest. Choosing courage over convenience. Choosing long-term national interest over short-term political gain. Every generation is remembered for the choices it makes. Soon, history will ask what your generation chose. Kofi Annan also reminded us, knowledge is power. Information is liberating. Education is the premise of progress in every society, in every family. Today, your education does not end, it begins. SPPG has equipped you with knowledge, but knowledge alone changes nothing. Knowledge must become wisdom. Wisdom must become action, and action consistently applied becomes transformation. As Director General of the United Nations of Nairobi, I have the privilege of leading the only United Nations headquarters in Africa and the Global South. Every day, UNON brings governments, diplomats, scientists, development practitioners, and civil society from across the world to tackle our greatest shared challenges, from climate change and sustainable development to peace and security, humanitarian action and human rights. So name a few. It stands out as a powerful reminder that Africa is not simply a recipient of global solutions. It is increasingly a place where those solutions are shaped. Many of you will one day sit at the negotiating tables. The leadership journey you begin today can take you from your local community to the global stage. Today, we celebrate the pioneer class of the School of Politics, Policy, and Governance. Being force carries a unique responsibility. Others will judge this institution not by its curriculum or its building. They will judge it by you, by your integrity, by your competence, by your courage, by whether your communities are better because you chose to serve. The United Nations believes deeply in the power of ethical public institutions. Around the world, we have learned a simple lesson. Countries really fail because of their lack of people talents. They fail when institutions become weaker than personalities, when merit gives way to patronage, when power replaces service, when citizens lose trust in those elected to serve. Africa does not suffer from the shortage of intelligence. Our universities produce brilliant graduates. Our entrepreneurs innovate. Our young people inspire the world. Our greatest shortage is not talent, it's ethical leadership. Leadership that citizens can trust. Leadership that protects institutions instead of capturing them. Leadership that sees public office not as ownership but as stewardship. This is why I personally admire SPPG's emphasis on the 3 C's: character, competence, and capacity. Competence enables leaders to solve problems. Capacity enables leaders to build institutions. But character determines those gifts, whether those gifts are used for the public good. Character is what guides decision when nobody is watching you. Character is what resists temptation. Character is what transforms authority into service. Without character, competence becomes dangerous. One principle that must guide is meritocracy. Public trust is built when responsibility is earned through integrity, ability, and service, not through patronage, privilege, and proximity to power. But true meritocracy also requires equal opportunity. Every capable citizen deserves a fair chance to contribute. This is especially true for women. Women's leadership is not a favor to women. It is a governance imperative. When women are excluded, nations make decisions with only part of their talents. When women lead, institutions are stronger, decisions are wiser, and society are more resilient. Graduates, the future of Kenya will not be decided only in parliaments or in cabinets or in courtrooms. It will also be decided in classrooms, county assemblies, community halls, civil societies, boardroom, village meetings at universities, and perhaps most importantly, in the quiet moments when each one of you must decide between what is easy and what is right. You graduate at a time when Africa stands before extraordinary opportunity. Ours is the world's youngest continent. Our innovation is growing. Our influence is growing. our voice is growing. The question is whether our leadership will grow with it. That answer depends in part to you. So let me leave you with my one final challenge. When history looks back 50 years from now, let it not say that Africa lacked talent. Let it not say that Africa lacked ideas. Let it not say that Africa lacked opportunity. Let history say that this generation chose differently. That this generation rebuilt trust, strengthened institutions, rejected corruption, expanded opportunities, served with humility, and proved that ethical leadership can transform nations. Perhaps 50 years from now, someone will stand before another graduating class and tell the story of a leader who transformed an African nation through integrity, education, and public service. I hope they will not speak about Singapore. I hope they will speak about Kenya. Or one of our other African nations whose transformation began because one of its citizens chose to lead differently. And why should that leader not be you? Congratulations, pioneer class of 2026. Go forward, lead with character, serve with humility, build sustainable institutions, strengthen democracy, transform your country, and together help to transform our continent. Thank you, Asante Sana.
Keep clapping. Keep clapping. You cannot tire of clapping. Keep clapping until she sits down and finishes the acknowledgement. I warned you that the speakers were inditing a good matter and that their tongues were at the pens of ready writers. Ambassador Mwencha, I promise you I'm not a dictator. I had handed over powers and I'm still handing over powers. As you join me here, I want to acknowledge the presence of an important person in the room. We cannot continue speaking without acknowledging her. Please help me acknowledge the Nigeria Dean, who has joined us as a surprise guest, Dr. Abiola Akiyode, the current SPPG Nigeria Dean. Mama, welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my dear sister, for that really moving statement. I hope you'll have a print of it and from time to time be able to refer to it. In one of our statements, he said, I hope when we start telling your story, it will not be about Singapore. It will be about you. May God challenge you to do. The next speaker is not somebody I fear even to introduce her. And I think by now you know where I'm going. I did introduce her in my statement, who she has been, who she wanted to be, but they found roadblocks and decided to change course. And that's what wisdom teaches us. Instead of fighting our way to continue to struggle in a corner, she chose to raise an army to fight that cause. The seed started in Nigeria. It is now grown to 4 countries. And you saw this kid here. They are visionary. They already know that soon we'll occupy 30 countries. Should I say her name? I want to hear you say it. Should I say her name? Yes. Are you serious? Should I say her name? Shall I yield the floor?
Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you. Please be seated, please. Oh my goodness, what a day. My God. So I started off earlier when you were holding your flags and coming in. I just started crying. I really did, you know. I cried. I cried because each time I look at the younger generation of our continent, I think to myself that we just have to get it right. It would be a tragedy of immense proportion if you should repeat our failures. So when I saw you holding those flags, excited to be graduating, I was saying, oh God, please, don't let it just be a graduation. Because what pushed my direction into at all ever running for politics was pain in my heart. I was pained. Pain of seeing cycles of failure, not just in my country, but across the countries of Africa, because as my brother said, he was at the African Union, I was at the World Bank, responsible for our continent, and I just saw the same pattern of failure of leadership. And by the time I left the bank, and a classic tragedy happened in my country where girls who had gone to school in the northern part of the country where girls hardly go to school. I had been Minister of Education, so I knew one of the states in which they were abducted was one of the 3 states that I used as priority states for girls to go to school. And by the time I was back from the bank, girls went to school in one of those states and disappeared. Nobody could account for them. And it was as if nothing happened. And I said, no. When we set out to say the government must play its role, I actually thought it was something that would last a few weeks. If we shouted loud enough, if the government could not do it, the rest of the world would help to do it. And those girls would come out so that we don't send the wrong signal that our children don't matter and that education does not matter. I didn't realize that my 7 years were going to be kept on hold, asking for those children with the other women and a few of the men that joined that campaign. I believe that some of you in Kenya, even Njoki, where are you? Did Njoki leave? Okay, yeah, you know, that group were part of our Kenyan sisters. How many of you did bring back our girls in Kenya or knew about it? And at least I'm sure I would see some names, some hands. And so it got to the point where that government went out of office. The next government repeated the same pattern of not caring. It was at that point I said, what is this about? It's not about the government. It's not about the party. It's about a sense of leadership that does not think that the people matter. It's okay to alienate the concept of leadership from the people. And I thought, no, where would this take us? The only reason I was on the streets for 7 years, and my compatriots, Aisha Yesufu, Aisha, can you wave at them so they see you? Aisha was honored yesterday at an event here in Nairobi. Aisha is the famous voice that you see out of Nigeria on many issues. And nobody prepared me for the length of time I had to spend crying for those children on the streets of Abuja. Nobody prepared me for it. And I came to the conclusion that the children of the poor don't mean anything to Africa's political class. It doesn't even matter that this political class have come from poverty, because there are not many Africans that you can trace wealth to as their foundation. Majority of Africa's political class, intelligentsia, religious class, the business elite, all of them, majority, came from families of poverty. Am I correct? So what I don't understand is the mindset that then abhors the poor, rather than knowing that the progress of society is assured in ensuring that the ladder of education for social and economic mobility is not removed. So, another coconut head is sitting there. That coconut head, she was one of them that led the NSAS movement. Rinu, stand up, let them see you, so they know you are in their country. She's schooled here in Kenya because they ran her out of Nigeria. She's graduated now and she's just been admitted into Stanford University. But if you see that young woman who in white t-shirt during NSAS, how many of you follow the NSAS? Yes, that's Rinu Oduala. She came to you people because she knows you people also are coconut head people. and her best friend in Kenya is Nerima, original coconut. So, I have a speech, but allow me to engage it this way. And so the pain of knowing that my class would fail again made me that people knew how much I despised politics and politicians. As in, I was that typical one that just the thought of politics irritated my skin. It would stand on edge. But then I looked at the situation and I said, wait a minute, am I just going to sit here hoping somehow that something would happen? And I remembered a friend of mine who said to me that nothing happens except it is made to happen. So I said, if we're going to get anything that resembles quality political leadership for our continent, we will need to actually signal how important it is. And so I said, I'm going to run for president. I'm sure some people were like, who? Oh, obvious question. I am known as too blunt and too intolerant of bad behavior. So how was I going to be doing politics in the midst of people who would look at me and say, what is she? Please leave her alone. She's unrealistic to expect good conduct. But expecting good conduct, is it unrealistic? Now we've been sold a dummy. That it is bad behavior that will be rewarded and that good behavior will be punished. Not just punished, severely punished, in order to make it unattractive to any other. And so I went into politics on the ticket of a party, a small party, that said, showed its track record of having stood firm when the bigger parties, the dominant parties, wanted to take them over. And I thought, that's an exhibition of character. And they said to me, Madam, due process, we believe in you. We believe in what you stand for. You're a values person. That's what we want for our society. Turns out it was all talk. It eventually unraveled, and I looked at these people and I said, I can't be on a journey with this kind of people. I was at the crossroads of either defending my values or doing that which was easy. Don't embarrass yourself. Simply go along with them and just do it. But I heard the voice of my father from the grave, just like he had told me we would always hear. And he said to me, are you ready to defend your values? Are you ready to remember that I told you that your values must not be negotiated? And I said, I will defend my values. I will not negotiate my values. And so, embarrassingly, I stood before the Nigerian populace and said to them, I am no longer running for president. My name was already on the ballot. I took the pain that went with it. People cried that I did that. People were disappointed that I did that. But like my sister told you this morning, it makes all the difference that you choose your values. Because that's what we're lacking. That's what we're lacking. I've always said it to you, my Kenyan friends, that if they carried your politicians at night and brought them to Abuja and put them in our offices, and then they took ours the same night and brought them to you here in Nairobi and put them in your offices, our two populations will wake up and just be going around our business because we won't know that anything happened at night. But it's not just Nigeria and Kenya. It's actually Nigeria, Kenya, and the rest. My sister and I were talking about her country, Sierra Leone. And so when I stepped down, I said, my desire to signal that people like me should not continue to be who Plato described when he said, those who think that politics is beneath them will be ruled by their inferiors. That signaling that I thought I was going to do by running had crashed. And so I had to go and reflect. That's why I took a fellowship to go and spend time looking at the causation and the causality and the correlation between the quality of Africa's political leadership and institutions and governance and what we live daily in the form of economic misery of the larger number. I needed to understand. Is there a way that we can continue to be governed in the way we're governed, and somehow, by a fluke of nature, we would have economic prosperity? That was the simple way to describe this, my research. And it was on the basis of that research that I came to the concept of triangular pillars of democracy, that is what you know as fixed politics. And the central pillar of it is the pillar on leadership. That you have to supply a larger number of a different political class with the mindset that disrupts the current political culture, that subordinates the common good to the narrow interests and the personal private gain to lead the public. Is that clear enough? That simple journey led to the founding of SPPG Nigeria, one of the many that will go on to be founded on this continent. And here you are, the first seed for Kenya. The first seed. The first seed is so important. Those of you that are graduating, can you just hold your hands? Hold hands with the next person. We're the first seed. We're so important. We're the first seed. Everyone who was in class with you have given what they should give to a seed put in the soil. The rest now depends on what that seed chooses to do. Take the sunlight that is being given to you. Look at everyone that's invested their all into you. My dear brother, Erastus, I can't forget you. We're tied for life. Huh? Brother for life, sister for life. I want to thank you for believing when I shared my research with you and what I was going to do, and you said to me, I am part of it. Countries that had lined up to become the schools. But guess what? For some reason, after Senegal, it became Kenya. And some of the other countries are saying, why, how? How did Kenya go ahead? And I said to them, permit me to say that Kenya is the Nigeria of East Africa. And so we have a bias that we're very comfortable with. Is that not what your neighbors call you? They say you people are too energetic now, that you behave like us in East Africa. So, and we love it. We really love it. So let me just end with three things. The theme says, rise to challenge. You know what has happened? We can't teach Kenyans how to rise to challenge. You are the definition of rising to challenge. Whether it is in terms of your great patriot who, when the world looks at him, they see the world-class Kenyan. Or it is in terms of the history of my dear big sister. I remember I was younger, Wangari Maathai. And when I first met her, in the days when we were founding Transparency International, I felt like I was standing before someone so huge. Or is in terms of the fact that your country was at the edge and you pulled yourselves back and got yourself a constitution that at least brought you all together into the sense of we're Kenyans. Am I correct? Or it's in terms of what you have done in the world of innovation. The M-Pesa was one of my greatest moments as a VP at the World Bank, because we needed to have fellows of the bank, and different regions were contributing rare ideas that some people in their region had promoted. And I said, which is going to be mine? And then M-Pesa became it. And the co-founders of M-Pesa became Africa's contribution to bank fellows. And he went to Asia, to the Middle East, to Europe, to give Africa's innovation to the rest of the world. It was from Kenya. Or is it the fact that you're fast becoming a Silicon Valley of repute in all sense of the word? What am I saying? Kenyans don't need a message from me to rise, to challenge. You're already rising to challenge. Now, these world-class people that have arisen to challenge in all domains that I could possibly stand here talking about, just happen to be the ones who, despite rising to challenge in sports, in finance, in technology, in science, in scholarship, in all arenas where you compete at the summit of human race and you win, are the same people who find themselves on the corruption perception index in the same neighborhood as my country, Nigeria, ranking 130 out of 180 countries. It is the same people who lead the world on the track and in the marketplace that are ranking at the bottom in politics and public institutions. Hear me clearly. The gap is not a talent gap. Did you hear me? Yes. The gap is not a talent gap. What has failed is the political arena. This is the one field that has been closed to merit and captured by a cartel. And that is why you graduating today carry the burden of hope for that political arena. You are the pioneers, the first class, deliberately trained to carry a Kenya's world-class standard into its politics. Did you hear me? You better listen to me because you'll be seeing me in your dreams. I'm not laughing. Every Kenyan who has given up on politics but not on their country is watching to see whether you will close the gap. Refuse the lie that nothing can change. You graduate today as living proof that the lie is false. The second part of the theme says, empowered to lead. We have given you knowledge of policy, of governance, and how power moves. We gave you values because competence without character is simply a more efficient way of corruption. And we gave you a network, my sister said that will hold you accountable long after today. But empowerment is not entitlement. It is not a license to extract. It is not your turn to go into the public sphere and pillage the commonwealth of Kenyans. The empowerment that we have given you today is the unlocking of your office of the citizen, which is the highest office in any democracy, higher than the president, higher than the governor. Every other office in Kenya in the political space is ephemeral. It is not permanent. But you see, the office of the citizen, it is permanent. Leadership does not begin when you win an election. It begins when you accept that the public square is yours to tend. This is what I call Development 2.0, which is the recognition that the primary driver of national progress is not government, but awakened, organized citizens that we have graduated today. Governments are the second engine, but you, our graduates today, are the first. And empowerment comes with a covenant. I call it the talent covenant. Ability is not a trophy. It is a debt owed and necessary to be paid back to society. You did not earn the right to climb so that you would pull the ladder up behind you. You earned the right to lower it for others. Always remember the quote gift of my father that I have always shared with you. Privilege is to use, no, he says, the only value of privilege is to use one's privilege to bring in those outside of it into privilege. That's the only value, he said, that privilege serves. The third thing on your theme says, be prepared to serve. Service is the whole purpose of our investment in you. My sister Zainab said that to you. Not power. Power is merely an instrument. When power becomes with reforming how Nigeria spent public money, and for that purpose, I was called Madam Due Process, but it was not always a compliment when the politicians threw it at me. And one of them is right here, she can tell you. He was a good politician then and remains. I learned that integrity is not a speech. It is a price that you pay. And you're often alone. You're often unthanked. And you pay it at a really high cost. Those who benefit from a broken system will fight hardest to keep it broken. They will not fight fairly. That's why I was happy with that skit, because it was telling you, you're graduating, but there is a mister with a fat belly, because the real world of the politics is that you should go in and also become pregnant. And we're saying to you that if you're a graduate of our school, you cannot become pregnant because you went to public office. So I will not promise you that selfless service will be celebrated. There are people who, when I was in government, they would say to my mom, is it the same minister that others are that your daughter is? They were asking her because they couldn't see any sign of prosperity of her daughter being a minister around her. So I will not promise you that selfless service will be celebrated. I was called a fool many times. It often will not be. It will not be. Power will test you. It will offer comfortable arrangements for your silence. It will tell you everyone does it. Well, be prepared to stand against that. Because after all, your number one C is what? Come on, guys. Your number one C is what? That is what it means to be prepared to serve. You now have the values and the analytical tools to choose integrity every time. When you hold the line, even when it costs you, you become the rarest thing Africa possesses as leaders. Leaders who cannot be bought and can never trade the interest and the good of their countries for filthy lucre and for personal gain. My concluding charge on this is, it is time for Africa to stop surrendering the field. When Plato warned that those who think that politics is beneath them will be ruled by their inferiors, he was talking to you. The field is your country, your ward, your community, your country. And the field is never empty. If the honest do not occupy the field, the dishonest already have the competence, the interest to occupy it. If the competent do not contest it, the cynical have conquered it by default. Every time a good person walks away, muttering that politics is dirty, the field is surrendered to those who made it dirty. You're not permitted to surrender the field. That is the covenant that you have entered when you joined the School of Politics, Policy and Governance. Graduating class of SPPG,
you will be very loud. Use that energy to clap.
Keep clapping until she finishes her acknowledgement.
Thank you very much, Dr. Obi, for that very inspiring speech. I promised you that she was inditing a good matter. I'm certain you have heard. And I pray that we are keenly
Planning to walk in her footsteps. Madam Alero, I had a power breakfast sometime last year. A serious power breakfast. It was not English because it didn't have beans and sausages and bacon. Neither was it Nigerian because it didn't have akara and fried eggs and yam. It was a power breakfast of women. One of your partners, Badili Africa, was hosting Dr. Obi for a fireside chat. And she happened to come in also with Honorable Martha Karua, and I was moderating the conversation. I had beautiful stories of passion. So I'm not surprised that you two have found each other to continue working on such a great idea. Mama, don't stop doing what you're doing. Don't stop doing what you're doing. The steps of a righteous man are guided by the Holy Spirit. And you're walking in the right path. One of the surprises I got out of that conversation is the fact that she has had tentacles reaching everywhere in the world. There's no place that she doesn't cover, and yet she shows up in such gentleness, even as she's doing her presentation. So Mama, don't stop. We are learning. And we are also walking in your footsteps, especially when the situations become extremely, extremely difficult. I hope that the graduates also understand to train them, because I'm a member of the faculty. Speaking of faculty,
I was giving some acknowledgements so that I can give Mama some time to breathe. I realized a certain flow in the program. We're going to make her climb these stairs so many times, and one of the things Dr. Njoki was commenting when we were doing the dry run is that she's impressed by how much I think about safety when I'm planning a program and how I plan for women. You can't make us wear heels and look beautiful and make us climb stairs many times. So I have made an adjustment on the program. The next time we call you up here, Mama, you'll come up once and stay until we finish the awards. And then when you go down, you can actually settle down and rest after the award process. Please give her another clap. Graduates with revelation that you have received impartation. A clap again. Good. I'm now going to invite Dr. Njoki again to come and join me on the platform. Dr. Njoki is going to be joining me because the next session is for recognizing the shooting stars out of this class. We are going to be recognizing the shooting stars. We're going to be doing awards, but first to start with the recognition of faculty and the working sector groups. So I will ask Ambassador Mwencha and Dr. Obi to come back to the podium, and then I'll ask them to stay because the next session will still require them. And so when we embark on the next session, I'm also going to invite Honorable Evans Misati to join them. But for now, let me have Dr. Obi and Ambassador Erastus on the podium to join Njoki in acknowledging faculty and the working sector group. There's a small adjustment. Dr. Obi is going to be addressing the media, and so she won't be able to join for this particular session. I thank God we are not going to make her take the stairs in heels again for the umpteenth time. So to replace her, to replace her for this process, I'm also going to invite Mr. Frank Nweke II to join us, and the chairman. Huh? Okay, so please join us, sir. Please join us. And I'm also going to invite Madam Alero to join us. They're going to support in our, giving the awards. So first we start with the recognition of partners. Dr. Njoki.
Do I need this mic? No. Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam MC. We were first having a run of acknowledging the faculty. But first, I would like to acknowledge the faculty who are inside the room. Please stand up. Let's see you. Faculty, I can see Jerry. Our MC, Stella. Thank you so much. I think we needed to just come round and have a handshake to appreciate you from our Africa office. Please just come round to appreciate you. So the rest of the faculty were supposed to run online. And then also while we are doing that, we not want to acknowledge the WSG partners. Our partners, again, Jerry, thank you so much. Our faculty, I can see Shamsia Ramadhan, Caroline Gaita from Zalendo. Thank you so much. Stella Agara, where are you? Jerry Mwathi from Emerging Leaders. Thank you so much, our faculty. So most of them, of course, you saw them online, but here they are, and the rest of them, we're going to see them online. Tech, are we ready? Before we bring the online video, we need to see our partners, WSG partners, working sector group. I can see Winnie Nyandiga, I can see Nerima Wako, I can see Bikeri still seated representing Badili Africa. Judy, please come. And let's have a photo people. So we've had first, you've been told to come nearer. So first with the faculty, and then the WSG. So this is a faculty photo. Faculty, thank you so much. Thank you. We really appreciate. Asanteni sana. That's another round of applause for our great global faculty. Asanteni sana, faculty. Now we welcome the WSG partners. As you know, we have Working Sector Group 1, Working Sector Group 2, which was the school, and Working Sector Group 3, that is Judy from Siasa Place, Winnie Nyandiga, Nerima, and we have Betty Kwamboka, who was also a student and also our partner. So thank you so much, representing Badili Africa. Great. So normally now we run a short video of the faculty. So another photo, please, for the WSG partners. Yes, thank you very much. We are coming to the one we are waiting for, to get the award ceremony for the best students and the best capstone project. So we've had the photo. Thank you very much. So now we're going to have the video. So I will request, yes, our CEO Africa and our chair Africa. So video for the other faculty. Remember, we had a global faculty who taught the 7 themes. So we are waiting the link up, tech, so that we can just acknowledge them, even if they are not here. As you saw, many of them came from different parts of the world. From Nigeria, we had lots of representation from Nigeria. Kenya, of course, Kenya and Nigeria, we had the biggest faculty. We had faculty from Germany, from the United States. Thank you for the global faculty, especially to the Africa office that provided that, and a lot of, so thank you. So we are waiting for tech, or because we really need to acknowledge them. Hello? Emmanuel. Okay, so while they sort out that, I think we will go back, we will just carry on and go to the award ceremony. So I request again our chair, Africa office, to please come on board. Frank Nweke II, our CEO, Madam Alero Atobo, please. We are now giving the awards. That's why we are coming back.
Like a pyramid, so courageous.
Meet the world-class faculty of the SPPG.
There's no place I'd rather be. Live and die in Africa. I wanna live and die in Africa. Live and die in Africa. Live and die in Africa. Be remembered. I wanna go down in history. Make my mama proud.
Sorry, so now finally, thank you so much, Tech. We now have
Today we pause
faculty.
to celebrate our world-class
again,
faculty.
Give them a round of applause.
We
as we
salute their
start
steadfast dedication to raising a new genre of leaders prepared to shape Africa's future.
And you can see the faculty.
Meet the world-class faculty of the SPPG.
All of them have been mentioned, so we can start.
Today we pause to celebrate our world-class faculty.
We sound or some music.
The sweeter the juice. Nasitoke nyumbani mwacha mila mtumwa. No place I'd rather go.
Today we pause to celebrate our world-class faculty. We salute their steadfast dedication to raising a new genre of leaders.
We have the different faculty
prepared to shape Africa's
the different
future. Meet the world-class faculty of the SPPG.
Now we can start. But in the booklet you can see the different themes. Our global faculty were involved, the 7 themes and their names. But now we're going to
Mayogi, please check the sound booth for sound. Thank you.
Today we pause to celebrate our world-class faculty. We salute their steadfast dedication to raising a new genre of leaders prepared to shape Africa's future. Meet the world-class faculty of the SPPG. Today we pause to celebrate our world-class faculty. Today we pause to celebrate our world-class faculty. We salute their steadfast dedication to raising a new genre of leaders prepared to shape Africa's future. Meet the world-class faculty of the SPPG.
Like a journey of what we've gone through as Kenyans. Even saying, Daima Kenya, I am a Kenyan, I shall remain Kenyan. And it's not just nationalism. It's very subtle, and get the words, it's very beautiful.
It is.
Yeah.
It's really very the rhythm.
Yeah.
And it's so soulful. There's something very moving about
no,
it.
you feel moved actually. Yeah.
Oh,
great.
Come on,
I know. No, but you guys can. Oh, what do you want? You call them back.
Yeah, but she say no. She say no that we must continue.
Oh, she's here actually.
Okay.
The one you just
one of the ladies, the fair lady here.
Exactly. At the end.
lot of them are actually to be part of this, right? A lot of these faculty, I'm sure they have some opportunity to share their personal experiences, right?
Especially the ones who don't school, they always appreciate us, like the NGO and other people. Look at you, look at you.
Without the bed.
So they're always happy to do this. Yeah, and to just find people want to share the information they have. They just don't have chances to. So I think many of them are very happy to share.
Oh, that's easy. Yes. Big picture.
Yes, but it was not very nice to hear. Today that time of Moi, the dictator. He supported the dictator.
He worked with Arab Moi?
Yes.
But when he goes around Africa pontificating.
So that's why I'm always like, okay, you guys be excited. We know a bit, but most people don't about many of those like left Kenya. He was actually the person who was students at the University of Nairobi because he was maybe around the he was the one that would report to the speech. Why not? There's so many people. You meet those people who always say who are tortured that time. They have such memories. And they always say this man is the one who supports us because he was a student leader, but he was one supporting the state. And immediately after that, he was bought a red Mercedes, and everybody used to drive a red Mercedes.
Wow.
Thank you. So I'm always like,
How come is structured all over the continent?
You people allow him.
No, we don't know this, but we just say somewhere we don't know
Where
this.
is that? Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, yeah. No, it's and also of course it really reaches to younger people through the internet. And then when he talks, of course, he's quite a remarkable speaker.
Yeah, he is.
But
Great orator.
Exactly, but in terms of integrity and this character we are talking about.
Wow. Oh my God.
And I keep saying, why, if I met him in a private place, I would ask him. Like many people are always, oh, Shamsia. Yeah. And then he's even been accused. He wants, this, because it's very rhetorical, he actually took somebody's whole paper and plagiarized it. He was sued by a lawyer. Like you. So embarrassing. Like he has plagiarized journal articles as an academic writer. He has plagiarized it.
You people have to let the world know. Because he comes and he's so very passionate speaker, and nobody starts to think about it like that.
But if you, like, Caroline, but I think especially those guys that really messed up during this, those ones should speak up.
Nobody can force them.
Exactly. Yeah. But we should have an alternative. Somebody who just says, unmask it, be alone. Yeah, unmask it, be alone. I thought we were very fast. Another round of applause to our global amazing faculty. Thank you so much. And let me ask them, Dr. Obi, to stand again. And the faculty who are here so that, because Dr. Obi has stepped out. Yes.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. And as you know, we are a social enterprise school. We're not doing SPPG as a profit center. So these are people who are donating their time and their knowledge, and some of them even their treasure, meaning their money, because time is money. So when they come into class to teach you, it's because they believe in the vision. So faculty, as they say in Nigeria, I'm telling you, you know what that means, right? It means that I'm saying thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Obi, and thank you again to the faculty. Asanteni sana. So now we come to almost the last session you've all been waiting for, the award ceremony. So we are going to start with the presentation of awards, and we are going to welcome more, where are you going? Our CEO. So we have our CEO here, and also our chair, Fixed Politics Africa, Frank Noeke, the second, so they're going to be presenting. We also are inviting our ambassador, Moicha Tafadhali, Karibu, and also Mr. Misati. Please welcome, so that we can give awards to the different groups. So, please, Karibu, welcome. So the presentation for the best graduating students. And these best graduating students, we have two, and I'm going to call the runner-up and the topmost student. Oh, their name is already there. I thought I would surprise them. Yes. So I would like to call upon Enoch Ombachi. Another round for Enoch Ombachi. Thank you. Enoch really embodies our, so that is the best male, and now the best female graduating student. Mercy John. I have no words. Our senator for Machakos County. So remember, you're coming to give us your valedictory speeches. So the next award is we're going to give is the Capstone Project Awards. And I also invite our partners from Siasa Place, Zalendo, to help us also. Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Misati. So Diana tells us the media is representing the best male and the best female. Please come and please don't Okongwe, we need to hear your speech. Yes, so for a photo op with our Africa CEO. Come back, Mercy and Enoch. So we are now, capstone people, be ready, and the whole group, you can all come because you deserve it. You did so much work. Diana.
Kwa uchungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani.
Amazing. Thank you, amazing, and congratulations again, Hongera. So now we change gears to the capstone project. And the project, and thank you so much, Mr. Oise, Amina, and the team of mentors in Nigeria who are watching us. Please give them a round of applause for the great work they did. So, at the second runners-up, we have Pamoja Hub, where Abu on your group, the technology platform that powers domestic and sustainable resource mobilization. Pamoja Hub, please come up to the stage and receive your certificate. I welcome our Siasa Place emerging leaders and Caroline from Zalendo. Please come to give awards to the Capstone project winners. So the Capstone project is a very core component. And according to the judges, that's Mr. Oise, Amina, and the team.
Politics, policy, and government.
They did a lot of work, and this is the three groups that came up top. So at second runners-up, Pamoja Hub, another round of applause for them. So, you guys get to go to that to give the certificate. Okay, great. So, I don't see any excitement, Abu, and your group. So they developed a technology platform that powers domestic and sustainable resource mobilization. Well done. Thank you. So our partners, you remain on stage, yes. And then Hongera. The first runners-up, so that's number 3. Number 2, the first runners-up is Project DICE, or is it DICE? DICE! Please come. Project DICE, we're bridging the governance and electoral participation gap through engagement. And you remember, we saw them go to so many places to do civic education work, especially during the Tuko Kadi, so that falling. We are falling.
Congratulations.
Well done, well done, well done. Yes. So now manifesto. So now we. Okay, DJ. Thank you so much, DJ. DJ. Thank you very much. Thank you. Another round of applause for Child Safe Connect. So they can leave the stage, and now we welcome the manifesto winners. So I'm going to read the three of them, and you can come to stage. Please don't leave, Dr. Obi. I see you there. So at third place, the best manifesto, it was a tie between Mercy John and Jankan Limo. Please come on stage, Jankan Limo and Mercy John. The second best manifesto was Winnie Maru. Madam President, if you all remember, Madam President. So, Madam Senator Machakos, we wish you all the best. That is Winnie Maru. She wants to be the president of Kenya. Kenya. Winnie, yes. Photo. And the winner, Mother Wanjiko Nyamo. Senate Mother Wanjiko Nyamo. And I know Mother has very special guests here today, her mother and her sister. I would like to invite her mother and her sister on stage for a photo. Yes. Please come. Yeah. Winnie, Mercy John, Madam President, and the Senator up for Kiambu. And her mom and her sister are coming on stage. Yes. Yeah. For Martha. Yes. So now a photo with all the winners, and then of course, thank you so much. So another round of applause. And then a photo with the winner, the Martha. The Martha is the winner. So one more photo, Madam. Just what is there? This one photo, and then we have the valedictorian speeches. Valedictorian speeches, please come. Yeah, that's our winner for the manifesto. Martha drew out a very good strategy for what she would do as a senator of Kiambu, and she's actually running to be senator of Kiambu with Dr. Obi. Martha, you want a photo with Dr. Obi? Together with the family. Okay. So we wish you all the best, Martha, that you make it as the senator of Kiambu. We wish Madam President Winnie Maru, I don't know whether you are going to run as president of Kenya. We are going to be behind you one time. That's what she's running. That was her party, actually. Yes, thank you. So I now am about to, yes, thank you so much. So thank you, Dr. Obi. Now, as I leave the stage, I thank you again, and I welcome the two valedictorians to give their speeches. So welcome, Enoch Ombachi. Where are you, Enoch? Thank you. And then you'll be closely followed by Mercy John, and they will take over. So thank you so much. I'm not coming back on stage. Congratulations, as we say in Swahili, hongera, hongera.
Hello, good afternoon. I want to say I'm deeply humbled. It's such a big moment for me in my life. I'm extremely happy to be here. This program, which was started by Dr. Obi, I think has been life-changing for me. It has really exposed me to a lot of things and really challenged me on an individual and personal level. And maybe before I can say, maybe I can go through my short speech. I'm mostly motivated by this verse, which is from the book of Zechariah, chapter 4, verse 10. And it says, "Do not despise these small beginnings, for the Lord rejoices to see the work begin." And so I think when we read this verse, it ties to what Dr. Obi is trying to do. This is just one small step, but the Lord or whoever is looking is very happy to see the initial step being taken. So Dr. Obi, our chief guest, Mr. Lero, Mr. Frank Nweke, Mr. Misati, Ambassador, and all other guests, our faculty, Lewis, I think, good to see you. I think I can mention most of your names. Miss Mildred, that was a very good class for me. I think Caroline, I think, just to mention just a few, I remember most of the teachings you guys did for us. And my fellow classmates, thank you for nominating me. Thank you for thank you for the wonderful sessions and classes we have had together. So when we began this journey, many of us arrived with different experiences, professions, aspirations and perspectives. And what actually united us was the shared belief that leadership matters and governance can improve. Over the months, we have learned together, challenged one another, debated ideas, and confronted difficult realities. We have also discovered that meaningful change begins with informed and courageous citizens. One of the most enduring lessons from this journey is the importance of directing our minds and efforts towards what is good, just, and worth of excellence. So for those who read the Bible, you will realize this is also a direct quotation from the book of, I think, Philippians. It says that put your minds into things that are excellent, whatever is good, just, fair. Think about these things. So we live in a world dominated by division, noise, and cynicism. We are, however, reminded that progress is built by those who choose integrity over convenience, service over self-interest, and hope over despair. The future we seek will be shaped by the commitment to build what is right. As we graduate today, we are stepping into a world that's changing rapidly and presenting new challenges that demand new thinking. Within those challenges, there lies unprecedented opportunities. The future belongs to us who can imagine possibilities where others see obstacles, who can create pathways where none exist, and who can lead with courage when uncertainty prevails. As the pioneer cohort, we carry a unique responsibility. We are the first chapter of a larger story that will be written by future generations of SPPG leaders across Kenya, Africa, and beyond. Our success will be measured by the value we create in our communities, institutions, professions, and nations. On behalf of the class of 2026, I extend our sincere appreciation to the faculty, to our founder, the partners, the mentors, the organizers, and the entire SPPG leadership for investing in us. Thank you for challenging us to think critically, to lead ethically, and to serve purposefully. Congratulations, class of 2026. Thank you.
Who's laughing now?
Distinguished faculty, esteemed guests, our inspiring mentors, our families and friends, and above all, the remarkable SPPG Pioneer Class of 2026. Good afternoon. A year ago, many of us came into this program carrying hope. I walked in carrying grief. In 2024, June the 25th, I was in the streets with thousands of other young Kenyans demanding for something profoundly simple: leadership that serves its people. I watched friends, fellow citizens march with courage, but I also watched families lose sons and daughters whose only weapon was a belief that their voices mattered. I still have the grief. Those moments changed me forever. I kept asking myself one question: what kind of leadership produces this? And perhaps even more importantly, what kind of leadership prevents this from ever happening again? Then came the call to join SPPG. Looking back, it was more than just an academic opportunity. It was an answer to a question I had been carrying in my heart. Here I found something I have been searching for. Not easy answers, but better words. I sat in classrooms surrounded by brilliant minds from different backgrounds, people that challenged every assumption and everything I knew. Every lecture, every debate, every policy memo, every late night discussion stretched not only my thinking, but my character. Today, I do not look at governance the same way. I no longer see policies as documents, I see lives. I no longer see budgets as numbers, I see priorities. I no longer see leadership as power, I see responsibilities. One of the voices that has profoundly shaped this journey is our very own Dr. Obi. She continues to remind us that the quality of a country's leadership determines the quality of life its citizens get. That truth is impossible to ignore. She also reminds us that if you're not on the table, you're probably the menu. And these words are not just a quote, they are a call to action. They remind us that we cannot afford to be spectators in the decisions that shape our societies. To my fellow graduates, this certificate is not a destination, it is our assignment. As the pioneer class of 2026, let us be remembered not because we graduated together, but because we are going to transform this country together. Let us go and shape policy, influence policy, and challenge it, and to leave behind policies that are evidence-based, people-centered, and leave nobody behind. And finally, to the families who believed in us, to our faculty who refused to lower their standard, and to everyone who invested in this dream, thank you. To the comrades that we lost, your dreams did not die with you. They live in our every hearts and in every institution, determined to build a more just, accountable, and prosperous Kenya, and a stronger Africa. Congratulations, class of 2026. The future is no longer waiting for us. It is waiting on us. Thank you.
Keep clapping for her. Keep clapping for her. You know she was amazing in the class. Keep clapping for her. She was amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you, sound. You may have noticed that in the award ceremony, a number of politicians received awards. And even the top award went to a politician. Our next speaker is a politician par excellence. He's an entrepreneur, a teacher, and a social innovator. He's an alumnus of several universities, and I will start with the African ones. Modibo Adama University in Nigeria, University of Maiduguri in Nigeria, Aspen Institute of Colorado, and Harvard Kennedy School. He's a two-time federal minister, a former director general of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. He vied for governor of Enugu State, and he's a senior visiting fellow of the Lagos Business School and a member of the faculty of SPPG. He's also an Edward S. Mason Fellow, and he happens also to be serving SPPG as the Fixed Politics Chair Africa. If you know how to clap, clap for Mr. Frank Nweke Jr.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I didn't hear that. she's been watching Nollywood movies. Anyway, thank you so much. What a day. Congratulations, class of 2026. Congratulations. Congratulations. My dear big sister and founder, she's my big sister. You know, few slightly older, but I never hear the last of it. Yes, slightly. Ambassador Wencha, the very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the leadership of Fixed Politics Kenya, our CEO of Africa, Dean Njoki, of course, CEO Diana. It gives me such great pleasure to be with you today. I'm really glad to be here because, like the rest of you, it was just a year ago. In fact, in the last 2 days or 3 days, we've been arguing. Is it up to a year? How many months is it? How come they moved so fast? All those concerns we had, all the meetings, all the strategy sessions. The important thing is that we're here, and congratulations. I was planning to do like a 2-hour speech. That was the original plan. But after listening to the excellent and very, very insightful and extremely inspiring speeches that our keynote speaker gave, the chairman, Fixed Politics Kenya, Ambassador Wencha, and of course our founder, I thought it was appropriate for me to just share a few anecdotes, just keep it very brief. Plus, the main secret is that I'm hungry. But please, congratulations from the bottom of my heart. Tomorrow, Saturday, it will be exactly 1 week that I was invited to a state in Enugu, the same state I contested to, the same state that I contested for as governor. And I was invited by a young group of people to a TEDx talk. I was extremely reluctant. And the theme of that TEDx talk was the building blocks of a legacy. That was the theme. And this young man came to meet me and said, please, sir, we thought that you were the best placed to speak to us in Enugu State, Southeast Nigeria, about this crisis of identity, about this significant loss in values, about the inability of businesses in that area, in the Southeast, to transit beyond or to thrive beyond one generation, the loss of our language and the rest of them. And they thought I was best placed to speak to them about this. I was extremely reluctant because, to be honest, or to be frank rather, for some time I've been somewhat despondent. I'd really gotten tired of all the speeches because I just felt, how much longer shall we continue to speak? But he persisted and I agreed. It then meant that I had to take my time to contemplate on the best way to actually share my thoughts, the best perspective to bring to bear on this. And two things struck me. The first thing that I recalled was a speech that I was invited to give sometime in 2019. Again, about the Igbo identity and some kind of leadership renaissance. And then I also remembered another speech I gave in 2023 at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, Enugu State, Nigeria. Again, something similar. And I said to myself, well, these are the same things I've spoken about forever. I've shared my worldview on leadership. I've shared my worldview on national development, on how governments can be and should be. And I said, okay, how do I frame this now to speak to this theme the building blocks of a legacy. And as I began to work on my speech, taking extracts from things I had said before, I came up with my own theme, the theme of my own speech. And the theme of my own speech was, the future has ancestors. The future has ancestors. And the main thing that really helped me arrive at this theme was my relationship with my late father. My dad passed in 2012 at the age of 81. And as a child, as an adult, as a member of Nigeria's federal cabinet, my father wrote me letters. He wrote me letters. As a 10-year-old, as a 14-year-old, as a 16-year-old, and as a 30-something-year-old member of Nigeria's federal cabinet. He did not stop. And what was the subject of these letters? He documented for me that no matter how young I was, no matter how old I became, that there are certain principles that will never change. No matter what position you attain, principles of honor, principles of integrity, principles of respect, principles of service, principles of responsibility. He insisted. And because we were very close, once I said to him, you're speaking to a federal minister. And he said to me, well, you are speaking to the father of a federal minister. That was the kind of relationship we had. As I contemplated further on this issue of building blocks of a legacy, for the first time, it struck me, really, really struck me, that what my father was doing in all those years was actually putting in place the building blocks of a legacy. Legacy beyond estates. Legacy beyond money or wealth. He was putting in place a moral estate. That was the most critical thing that he left behind. And I said, wow. Because as a matter of fact, because that's the way I was raised, my 3 sons suffer the same fate today. Because I write letters, 5-page letters, 10-page letters, depending on what it is. And again, I'm emphasizing the same values my father emphasized in my life. The values of respect, the values of integrity, the values of honor, the values of service, the values of responsibility. These were the things that he infused into me, and these are the same things I am sharing with my own sons. And so when you look at the story of Africa, the question is, what kind of legacy, what kind of foundations have our leaders put in place? How were they nurtured? Why do we have the kind of crisis of leadership that we have today? Is it possible that there was that disconnect? Is it possible that from generation to generation there's been that disconnect? Disconnect about who we are as a people. Disconnect on the matter of integrity. Disconnect on the matter of service. Disconnect on the matter of accountability. Disconnect on the matter of responsibility. Could that be what it is? So why did Madame Due Process, the coconut head in chief, why did she go to government and come out? Why did I, with every sense of modesty standing here, why did I go to government and come out unscathed? Why is it that there are no scandals associated with your names? The reason is very simple. If you spend more time with her, you're going to hear the kind of father she had, the kind of upbringing she had, the kind of mother she had, who insisted, continued to mentor her well into her 80s till she passed sometime in 2020. You see that there is a connect. So, I'll bring it together for you. What the SPPG represented or represents to some of us that she first invited when she finished the research in Berlin, and what it represents today is the building blocks of a legacy. The building blocks of a legacy. What Obi did was to begin to put in place the building blocks. She saw into the future. Maybe another 20 years, we may no longer be here. But she's ancestor. We are ancestors to a future we may never witness. And so to all of you who have gone through this class, made a sacrifice in time and resources, you are ancestors to the future of Kenya. You are ancestors to the future of Africa. You may never, yes, we pray that in our lifetimes we see these changes that we need across the continent. But there's no guarantee. And so it's possible that the more of you are trained, the more of you work together, the more of you mobilize, the more of you remain resilient and united, it is possible that you are sowing the very important seeds to a future that you may never see. And so, the future has ancestors. I need not remind us that no nation can develop by accident. No nation has ever developed by accident. All the nations that African countries aspire to be like, they did not develop by accidents. Those nations were not built by kleptomaniacs. Those nations were never built by mediocres. Those nations were not built by religious extremists. Those nations were built by visionaries whose only reason for being was to secure the place of their people under the sun. All they wanted was that when the Committee of Nations would meet, that their nations had a seat at the table with dignity as equals. And those nations have continued to make progress today for the same reason. So, Lee Kuan Yew, that our keynote speaker spoke about, was an ancestor who spoke into the future. He's no more there today, but the seeds he sowed, the service he gave, the inspiration he created, the vision that he shared, continue to live in the lives of all the people that he invested in. And so, my dear compatriots of Africa, the future has ancestors. You are ancestors to our future. And you're going to find that what will make the difference, country by country, is the fact that some ancestors take more than they leave behind. What kind of ancestors are you going to be? Our hope, of course, is that you're going to be ancestors who choose the path of responsibility, who choose the path of service, who remain on the path of values, who are going to look well ahead and say, yes, for those unborn, I choose the path of honor and the path of integrity. That's really what the entire SPP idea is all about. You have our best wishes. May God help us. Thank you. Cheers.
A better applause. Thank you very much, Mr. Frank Nweke. You're definitely ancestors, and you must make sure that you do right. Less fingers are pointed at you in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker is a friend of mine. She's a master of foresight. She's a futurist, a strategic thinker, and she has also invested tremendously in solving problems facing this continent. I've met her at the AU, I have met her in the Rex, I have met her on national platforms, and believe it or not, as she looks beautiful today, I have met her on the pews of a stadium watching a football match. and she speaks my mother tongue better than I do. Please help me welcome co-convener Nancy Mugei to acknowledge the partners. Karibu Nancy. She's also a deep and strict planner.
Thank you so much, Stella, for that. It just reminded me of the time we went to watch Gor Mahia in Shakaraturi in Naivasha. We had just come from mentoring young girls in Kibera who are being trained at Sadili Oval. And I think that is where most of the young Kenyans who now play tennis have been mentored through. And I won't talk about that today. Allow me to just ride on the already established protocols and just first of all congratulate all the graduates of the class of 2026. I'm among the very few people who was lucky to work with Professor Wangari Maathai, and I'm so glad to see that you are going to be hummingbirds. And it just takes a family to be able to work together and collaborate together. And that is why I'm celebrating and thanking all of those that came with us when we began the foundation, the institutions, the individuals, and those that really bought into the vision of what a new Kenya will look like. We might not necessarily see it, but we've begun the journey. And so allow me to recognize the individuals, but also the institutions, to celebrate those that believed in the vision, supported the dream. They gave their time, they gave their resources, they gave their skill, and they gave everything that they could because they want to see a better nation, not just for us, but for future generations. They did contribute even towards reviewing the curriculum, towards late nights of admissions, looking at who had applied, who hadn't applied, and trying to sort of get these networks ahead through their networks. This includes Siasa Place, who contributed towards giving us a wonderful faculty, and I would like to recognize Judy, who was there from the very beginning. Powerful young woman, that is. Badili Africa, Bina, Bikeri, Emerging Leaders Foundation, Karen Wakoli and Njeri. Yeah. And Kim, yes, Njeri and I go very long time. She was my mentee when I was a mentee at ELF. Mentor. Transparency International, Sheila Masinde. If you saw all the accountability work, all the anti-corruption, independent organization, oversight institutions, they brought all their networks. The Center for Multi-Party Democracy. The SPPG Africa office, the entire international faculty that we saw, the Pan-African networks across. I'd also want to recognize the Health and Water Foundation of Honorable Misati. There are individuals who also made their own, and they are like institutions in themselves. Winnie Nyandiga. Nyambura in absentia, and a number of other co-conveners who contributed. We also want to thank the Upper Hill Association, led by Kalama. They featured us in their magazine, and we would welcome more neighborhood association. And so if you're here and you're from a neighborhood association, please make sure your association is here. We also want to thank the Dofteria Media Company. We'd also want to thank Senior Julia Sokara. He's a wealth and reservoir of knowledge and experience. You need to hear his story. Have you heard about his story? How he was a CEO of the Kenya Airways. And the MPs then had to go and approach Moi to ask to sack him because he couldn't collect any bribes. And he was sent to the ministry. We celebrate his integrity. I'd also want to thank Mzalendo. I also want to recognize Mathare Social Justice as well. And also the individuals whom I might not have mentioned, or even the different people that I might not have mentioned, the faculty liaison, Mayogi, and everyone else who worked behind the scenes to be able to make this happen. I think what we have proved is that we can actually come together and collaborate and work together for a common purpose. Organizations, grassroots organizations, individuals, and basically all of us. And so thank you so much for all your contribution, and we look forward to working together again in 2027. And if you haven't joined the train, let's please join the journey. Thank you.
Clap like you know you're clapping for my girl. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you for those beautiful acknowledgements of the partners. Ladies and gentlemen, a reminder that SPPG is going to be a going concern for a very long time. You saw in the skit that they're talking about 15 years later, SPPG Kenya will still be a going concern. And yes, class of 2026 is a class of 2027. I'm going to invite Winnie Nyandiga, who is the admissions chair, to just come and speak to us about the class of 2027. And you shall be watching a short video. Sound, I hope you're ready with a short video. I refuse to allow for that video to embarrass Winnie because she has a very, very futuristic presentation to make. Over to you, Winnie. I thought you'd be clapping hard enough because you're saying SPPG will be a going concern in Kenya. Yes. Are you all okay?
The fire, the passion.
So can we have the video?
Fire, the passion, and the drive to effect change in Kenya is crucial. But recent elections have shown us that passion alone is not enough. From the challenges faced by values-based candidates to the complex issues that affect our nation, the journey of political leadership is daunting. To thrive in Kenya's political landscape, we need the SPPG advantage. This advantage rests on three pillars: knowledge, community, and support. Knowledge. At the heart of the SPPG advantage lies an unconventional curriculum. Taught by world-class faculty, this practical roadmap is tailored to the unique demands of Kenyan governance and politics. You'll learn from seasoned practitioners and gain the skills, knowledge, and strategic thinking necessary to navigate the complexities of public service. Community. In addition to the curriculum, the SPPG offers access to a diverse and expansive community and network. In just 5 years, SPPG has trained over 758 leaders across Nigeria and Senegal and is expanding into Kenya, Ghana, and Tunisia. Whether you're seeking advice, forging partnerships, or expanding your horizons, this vibrant ecosystem provides the connections you need to thrive. Support. Recognizing that success in public service requires more than just education, the SPPG offers a range of work initiatives tailored to amplify your impact. A quality office initiative for aspiring political candidates, to talent initiatives for those seeking alternative paths, and the social change incubator for innovators and changemakers, the SPPG is committed to empowering leaders at every stage of their journey. Join the SPPG class of 2027 and gain the edge you need to make a difference. Apply now at kenya.bsppg.org.
with the next call to action, but first let me say to the class of 2026, hip hip, hooray! Hip hip, hooray! Allow me to ride on the already established protocol and say to the class of 2026, congratulations. While I sat there, I clapped for each and every one of you, because in French in Kenya, we say masomo ya gumbaro si rahisi. Going to school while you are older, you have family, competing priorities is not easy. And I know for so many African countries, that's the reality we live in. You finish undergrad and go into masters while you are already old. So competing priorities are there, but you have to finish. And all of you can attest that SPPG is like a master's class. And your commitment, your discipline, your go-getter attitude is something that even at a personal level, I'm very inspired. So congratulations, congratulations from the bottom of my heart. And on behalf of the admissions committee, because when I stand here, I don't stand as Winnie, I stand on behalf of the admissions committee. So I want to say just a few things, that you're here at such a timely time in the country, and just not in the country, but also in the world. As Ambassador Mwenche said, that the global international governance system is under attack. And even if it's not in Kenya, we need you at the AU, we need you at the EU, we need you at the UN. We need you at World Bank, and we need you at the IMF, because we have to change the discriminatory international governance system. So your momentum is stronger and arguably than it has ever been. So the question I have for you is, do you have the courage? Because sometimes you want to run for office, and then something just tells you to stop. But now we're in 2026, 2027, the campaign trail has started. So do you have the courage to take that first step? If it's the MCA seat, I've had so many of you are going for MCAs, women rep, senators, governors. I want to tell you that for every face you're about to pursue, I am your first believer. I am your first believer. So Senator Machakos, Senator Kiambu, I am rooting for you. Senator Vihiga, Senator Homa Bay, Winnie Maru for presidency, I agree that you go before me. So go be the first female president. I'm coming. So I am your first believer. Now I want to go to the call to action, and this is to the next potential class of reformers, disruptors, visionaries, and you can add, like me, I call myself an impatient visionary, go-getters, problem solvers, people-centered leaders. Arise. Our next class starts soon, as you've seen from the short video. Applications are open right now, and we are ready to walk with you this journey. Don't just sit there. You are a leader, you know in your heart. And I know sometimes when you are a leader and you are called into such big responsibilities and purpose, you can stay in your corner, but the anxiety will never let you go. The restlessness that you're in a small corner will never let you go. So I am calling unto you. Please apply to our next class. You have seen our faculty. Our faculty is premium, expert, or nothing. And I know some of you alumni, you are going to be in the next faculty. And I'm looking forward for you to share your expertise, to share your knowledge. To the next class. Waiting for the perfect time is now. Kenya is at such a defining moment, and we are grappling with leadership that is grounded in the 3 C's. So go ahead. There is room for everyone. For you who does not want politics, because I've had people here say, no, politics is very dirty, it is for the politicians. That's fine, but we need a citizenry that is active and engaged, okay? But for you who wants to be in politics, we need a value-driven political leadership. So there is also room for you. And then now for you who does not want to be the forefront, you don't want to be an engaged citizen, we need you in these public institutions for you to help us strengthen them. Because at the end of the day, you realize that leadership is not about personalities, but it's about the systems that outlive us. So we want you to come and strengthen the systems. So the door is wide open. The house is wide open. All you have to do is walk through it. So you can begin by scanning here, and we will be in touch with you. So once again, to the class of 2026, congratulations. To the class of 2027, together with the admissions committee, we are looking forward to admit you. Asanteni sana and all the best.
Thank you very much, Winnie.
Winnie has been in the trenches of Kenyan politics. She has seen Pepe, and she has also seen great women rise. If she tells you that she believes in you, please believe her and trust her opinion. Graduates, today, you leave this program with more than a certificate. You step into something that was built for you, a community of public leaders that now span multiple countries across this continent. To formally welcome you home, please welcome the director of the SPPG Public Leaders Network, Ms. Arinola Oloko, who's going to lead us through this session. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished guests, Dean, our esteemed faculty, our visionary founder, our fixed politics chair, Kenya and Nigeria, CEO Africa, CEO Kenya, funders, partners, friends of SPPG who have traveled across borders to be in this room today. And to the people I have been waiting to speak to since I boarded a plane to Nairobi, to the class of 2026 Kenya, welcome home. Let me tell you something about this moment. Every graduation I attend, I look at a room full of people who are tired, honestly, from months of hard work, stretching and being challenged. And I think to myself, they don't know it yet. They don't know what they have stepped into. And then I get to tell them. So let me tell you, you have just become part of something that does not end today. The SPPG Public Leaders Network, SPLN, was created because graduation should not be a full stop. It should be a comma, a pause before the next sentence of a much longer story. SPLN is a lifelong learning for every SPPG graduate. It is where the learning continues, where the relationships deepens, where the work, the real work gets done. And I want to be honest with you about what it is, because I think people here network and imagine a WhatsApp group and a reunion dinner once a year. That is not what it's about. SPLN is a continental movement. In Nigeria, we have more than 974 graduates who are working in government, running for office, advising policy, building civil society, and in some cases, quietly changing the architecture of power. In Senegal, a pioneering Francophone cohort are carrying this vision in a whole new language and context. And today, Kenya completes the next chapter. You are the next chapter of this story, but you are right now one of the most important ones, because you are the first time SPLN stretches into East Africa. You are the proof that this was never a Nigeria project or a West African idea. It's always an African one. So what does SPLN act? I'm going to tell you, it keeps you learning through leadership development programs, political intelligence briefs, workshops, forums that keep you sharp, and long after the graduation is a memory. It connects you across borders, sectors, and generations. Through our Pair Bridge Mentorship Program, we are building bridges between people who have been where you are going and people who are just beginning. Some of the most powerful relationships in this network did not start in the classroom. They started in a conversation with the SPLN made possible. We're going to be watching a video soon. It's going to be just talking to you about the SPLN and showing you what it is. But before that, I'm going to tell you what is the thing. So we're going to be using three symbols. You already have one. You have the badges. You have the flag. So wear this with all seriousness that it deserves. It is not a badge of arrival, but it's a reminder of the commitment to the African dream. Second, the flag of Africa, hold them with both hands, because what they represent is not light. The hope and weight of what our continent is working hard towards. You have chosen, by being here, to carry some weight willingly. And third, the pledge you're about to take. I want you to mean every word of it, not because someone is watching, not because it is expected, but because you chose that path, and the people you will serve deserve to be led by someone who actually means it. I know that this has not been an easy journey. I've been through the journey myself. I'm a graduate of the School of Politics, Policy and Governance. I graduated in 2022, so I was in the second cohort. But you are here now, and I'm here, and we have stayed. Public life in Africa is not for the faint-hearted, I can tell you that. It demands more than credentials. It demands character, competence, and capacity. But we are here now, and so we will stand. So do not stand on the sidelines, but walk that walk. Let your work, your integrity, your decisions, let those things you speak loudly for what SPPG stands for. Because every time an SPLN member leads well. It tells the story of what this school believed was possible. Every time you choose principle over convenience, you are building the reputation of every graduate who comes after you. This is the kind of legacy worth building. This is what Ancestry is about. Congratulations, class of 2026. Welcome to the SPPG Public Leaders Network. So this is the moment we'll be waiting for. I'm going to get you to stand. Are you just going to play the video quickly so that they can see? The video?
Changing, not in the halls of power alone, but in the character of the people walking into them. A new generation of public leaders, trained not just to govern, but to serve, equipped not just with knowledge, but with conscience. That generation has a name. SPPG, Public Leaders Network, SPLN. When the School of Politics, Policy, and Governance was founded, it set out to do something unconventional, not just to train leaders for the system, but to build leaders who would transform it. And it worked. Since 2021, SPPG has graduated over 1,000 public leaders across Nigeria, Senegal, and now Kenya. But after every graduation, one question remained. What happens next? How do graduates stay connected? How do they continue learning from each other? How do they collaborate across countries, sectors, and generations? How do they hold on to the values that brought them to SPPG in the first place? That question led to the creation of SPLN, the SPPG Public Leaders Network. Not a traditional alumni association, not a directory of names and email addresses, a living, co-created community of public leaders, built together, moving together, growing together. Since April 2025, SPLN has been building intentionally, structurally, ambitiously. Let me show you what that looks like. We officially launched the Global SPLN on August 21st, 2025, with the theme, Empowering Public Leaders, Unlocking Potential Within the SPPG Network. A keynote address was delivered by Professor Jeffrey David Sachs, a world-renowned economics professor and global leader. At the SPLN, we built a 5-working committee, led by graduates, for graduates. Innovating African Politics and Governance Committee, Communications, Media and Narrative Strategy Committee, Political Leadership and Mentorship Committee, Advocacy, Civic Engagement and Public Voice Committee, Research, Data and Political Intelligence Committee, Innovating African Politics and Governance Committee.
We've been able to co-host a public office readiness colloquy, an high-level engagement between those in office and those aspiring to run for office.
Communications, Media, and Narrative Strategy Committee.
The main aim of this committee is to strengthen the voice of the community through storytelling, branding, and public visibility. We have a spotlight series where we feature SPLN graduates who are excelling exceptionally well in their endeavors, who successfully created an editorial policy, a guide for the writers, and we call this the SPLN Writers Handbook. Held editions of our conversations tagged Unpacking Nigeria, who kept the community engaged weekly through our weekly engagement content on social media, which we call the Civic Question.
Political Leadership and Mentorship Committee. To encourage our members on political participation and also create a platform for mentorship and political networkship. The committee achieved a great record, organizing one of the best political colloquium in Africa. A virtual event with over 500 participants in March 2026, where experienced political leaders and stakeholders from National Assembly and other stakeholders' organizations were invited. Advocacy, Civic Engagement, and Public Voice Committee.
What we do is to ensure that we meet from time to time for purposely for advocacy. What we can do to better our nation's whether politically, educationally, or health-wise.
We created a research, data, and political intelligence function, developing frameworks to track political developments, governance trends, and leadership opportunities across Africa. Because in a continent transforming at speed, information is power, and our members deserve both. We strengthened our Pan-African identity, connecting graduates from Nigeria, Senegal, building pathways to East Africa, and to the world. Because the challenges facing Africa do not stop at borders, and neither do we. These aren't just titles, they are platforms, opportunities for leadership within the network itself. We held a leadership workshop in Abuja, bringing together emerging African leaders from government, civil society, development, and public service. Together, they explored geopolitics, power shifts, diplomacy, conflict resolution, regional cooperation, not in a classroom, in the arena. We listened to our members who are seeking public office.
SPLN members are actively pursuing elected positions across Nigeria and beyond.
So we created a space for them, an aspirants listening session, where we heard their challenges, understood their needs, and began building a framework to support ethical, principled political participation. Because we believe Africa needs leaders with character in the corridors of power.
Over 30 are currently appointed into several public offices.
We launched PeerBridge, a mentorship program that connects new students with recent graduates from the very first day. Not just academic support, human support, a hand extended across cohorts, across countries, across generations, because no one should have to navigate this journey alone.
Right? That every young person deserves someone in their corner who has walked a few steps ahead of them and is willing to reach back.
For me, it's been an impactful and great journey with the mentees. We've had the opportunity to sort of guide them through to the finish line. I see the SPPG as a race, and to get to the finish line, you need to overcome a lot of hurdles.
I learned from my mentees as well. Their questions, their lived experiences, their current realities, and the doubts that they have challenged me in ways I didn't expect. It shifted some of my own thinking and made me see certain issues differently.
I look forward to many more every mentorship session because what we're doing here is helping the best of us navigate the challenge of completing the SPPG and making it into the SPLN where we all truly belong.
SPLN's first leadership workshop, hosted in collaboration with the Yale International Leadership Center, held on Friday, May 23rd, 2025 in Abuja, Nigeria. Facilitators were Dr. Emma Sky and Yuval Ben David, who shed light.
Thank you. So I just wanted you to see that video to tell you the kind of work that we do. So we're not joking and we're not playing around, okay? It's serious work. Serious work. That's why I said to you that it doesn't end here. It's just the beginning of greater things to come. So we're just going to go to the part that everybody has been waiting for, and that's where we do our pledge. But before our pledge, I want you to realize, and I hope you understand that in Nigeria, we have 974 graduates like you. In Senegal, we have 45, and now in Kenya, 55. So if you look around the room, look at the person next to you. You are not alone on this journey. Not today, not ever. Let me tell you who else is standing with you and all these other people. So it's a network where we support each other, we hold hands, and we do great things together. Okay, so I'm going to welcome you to the network now. I'm going to be saying our pledge. So SPLN induction, our pledge is, I'm going to call and then you respond. So we, the graduates of the School of Politics, Policy and Governance, we, the graduates of the School of Politics, Policy and Governance, step into public office not for power, but for purpose. We pledge to lead with character, competence, and capacity, to serve with courage, compassion, and uncompromising integrity. We commit to learning always, to growing always, to being held accountable always. We will walk across nations and across generations because Africa's transformation belongs to all of us. We pledge ourselves to justice, to equity, and to the kind of governance our people deserve. This we pledge for our people, for our nation, for Africa, for the generation that comes after us. Welcome to the SPLA. Congratulations. So by the authority of the School of Politics, Policy and Governance, and on behalf of every graduate who ever came before you, I formally welcome you, the SPPG class of 2026 Kenya, into the SPPG Public Leaders Network.
And while you're still standing, I can now clearly tell you that you've just earned the right to be called the unconventional. Because we're an unconventional school, we're a school where you've trained to disrupt an order of things that's not good for the continent. And it takes an unconventional person to do that. So go into the world and be unconventional. Character, competence, and capacity.
And so I know how to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, a clap for Director Oloko. Please join me in celebrating the newest members of the SPPG Leadership Network. Those claps are not very energetic. Are we running out of energy? They have just joined the list of the unconventional, so that deserves a clap. Director Oloko, on behalf of Kenya, thank you. Thank you very much. Next, I'm going to ladies and gentlemen, we are good? Okay. Huh? Can oh, okay. Sound, please, some music as they wave the flag so that we have a nice reel. The song is Congratulations, if you remember. Sound? Sound, the reel is going to be without music if you don't move now.
We're not seeing enough flags. What happened to your flags?
Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Thank you, Sound. Watch it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are cruising nicely. I was standing in the way of you and food, and I'm pleased to announce that the next session involves food. I am going to invite Amanya Kuchio to come and lead this session. Amanya, where are you? She's going to be leading us in the cake cutting.
Yeah, super coordinated. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you?
Yeah. Yes, Dr. Ubi.
Good afternoon, everyone. You guys are looking very beautiful from up here. Has anyone told you that? You are looking very beautiful from up here. And congratulations, class of 2026. So, Auntie Wamakeki may arrive. For the Nigerians, we say that in Kenya, a celebration is not complete without the cake. But just before we cut the cake, I would like to invite Madam Alero to come and tell us about a small gift that she has for you that I know you didn't know you would get today. So I'd like to invite her to speak briefly on it, and then we'll proceed to cut the cake. So, Madam Alero, karibu sana. Music. Some music.
Sound music for Madam Alero, please.
Sijui kanta na kesho, gani na uwezo wa kuifanya taifanya ni mwisho. Mwakeni ndio devo, sipogopi shetani, za God yuko nami hadi kifo. Kanta na kesho, nipe nguvu na uwezo wa kijana na akili za mzee. Daima niwe, imara wasiniangushe. Kila siku ni zawadi toka Maulana, so wajadani mshike kama mama. Wajaribu nishaoya, nataka manuiza watashikana na zaonja wasiwaogopi na simamama ya kiama yawe yajae yendo pesi na songa naye wanashangaa kuna stress na kuanga naye naishi sauti na kesi mahakamani au deni za mazirani compression tena ndani oh yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I needed some energy in the room, and I got the energy. Oh, I'm so happy to be here. So happy, so thankful. It's been an amazing event. And I'm about to do something really special. Very special. This is the first pioneer class that is getting this. So know that you are super special. I'm holding in my hands gifts that came all the way from Nigeria for you. That's the first thing. How many of you remember the Ezekwesili twins when they came to class and they taught you about the framework of intention? Yes. You remember they talked about how you slow down, give gratitude, and then take responsibility. I remember when I first heard that in the pioneer class of Nigeria, SPPG, Nigeria, I actually deliberately and intentionally started slowing down. I don't want to talk too much of how much I slowed down so that Dr. Obi will not, because those times when she's trying to reach me, I'm slowing down and so I won't go into the detail of how much but honestly, that class really changed my thinking. And it confirmed something I'd heard a few years before, but I'd not taken it as seriously. We need to shut down and spend time reflecting and meditating and thinking. It makes you a better leader, a stronger leader, and a more productive, effective, and efficient leader. So when they came to class, what they gave us were nuggets to help us transform our thinking and how we act. And in the kindness of their heart, in their generosity, they have sent in pouches the framework of intention, one set to every single graduate. So you're all going to have the opportunity to wear them like me. Can you see my own? As I was telling Diana, she didn't even wait, she just took hers. So Diana has collected hers. So what's going to happen is that, what's the plan? As you're collecting your certificate, because your certificates are ready, you'll get one set, and you'll probably wear it as a graduate of the School of Politics, Policy, and Governance, and you're the first cohort to ever get it. So can you sort of rise up? Well, please, can you just, they're so special. Those two boys are amazing, and I want them to hear you giving thanks, expressing gratitude for the gift from their heart to yours. So who's taking it? I'm going to present, I know. Best female and best, thank you. Best female and best male student, yes. Huh? Mercy and Enoch. Yes, got in the pouch. Yes, in the pouch. Are you going to get them?
vile naishi life ni ngumu kwa mimi hizi ndoto. Kesho vile takapo hivyo leo nitaifanya kazi kidogo waniridhishe roho. Yani sana, tena sana hata wale wananichukia wananiheshimu dami si kidogo. Si baba hivi mkisikia mkiongea nazidi kuwapa miki soko na kama saa.
Thank you very much, Madam Alero. So I realized that I didn't introduce myself, so I'm just assuming that everyone knows me. So my name is Amanya Kuchio. I have served as the faculty liaison officer for about 3 months now. So I know the faculty have been receiving maybe annoying emails or not from me, but thank you so much for your patience. I am a social worker by profession. I have been working in the spaces of governance and education over the last 15 years, and I'm privileged to be serving at SPPG. Thank you. And the most exciting thing about me that I think Enoch said, he saw a photo of me and then he thought it's just I was posing. I'm a motorcyclist, so I'm always the coolest person in the room. Okay. So I'd like to invite, I know all of us can't be here to cut the cake, so I'll just invite a few people to join me up on stage to cut the cake. It will be a ceremonial cutting, but then all of us will have an opportunity to eat the cake as a dessert when we are serving lunch. Sawa? Okay. So I'd like to invite the Dean, Dr. Njoki. Karibu. I'd like to invite, then I forgot to say this. Unajua, Mayogi told me to tell you, pressure nayo, you've given him pressure. Pressure, yeah? But we are so excited to be here to be able to celebrate this with you. So Mayogi, karibu. Mayogi is our Students Affairs Officer. Then I'd like to invite one person from the graduation committee, one of the students, whose idea it was to have a cake. Because you're like, how are we having graduation without a cake? Martha. Senator Martha Nyamu. Anne Wanjiko Nyamu, karibu. And then I'd also like to invite one of the co-conveners. I know there are many, but representative. All of them? Okay. I have received instructions to call all of them. So Ambassador Mwencha, please. Honorable Misati, Miss Nancy Mwigei, karibu. And last but not least, Winnie. Umeitwa, Winnie, please. I'd also like to probably invite the one faculty who have been able to have a lot more interactions with, Miss Shamsia Ramadan, karibu. And last but not least, hatuwezi kata keki bila founder, si ndio? Hatuwezi, we can't. So Dr. Obi, please, welcome. Watu wa sound, please give us an appropriate song for cake cutting, please. Sound, we are waiting for you. Okay. Diana amejinvite, so karibu. So I will ask one representative from each capstone group to come up. Where is Patrick?
Yes, yeah. Everybody.
Just one.
And then
okay. So Patrick, Winnie, Monica, yes. Who else? Abu, karibuni.
Mercy John, stop running away. And Enoch, please come. So after we catch this, all of you, you know.
Kata msiogope. Sorry? So now, thank you very much. I have received a very pertinent question. Champagne, where is the champagne? Unfortunately, champagne will be after this hour. Sherehe, tukienda sherehe, uko ndo champagne itakuwa, okay? So thank you very much.
Thank you, Amaya. Well done.
Master, kiwi spaghetti na mimi ni pasta.
Sasa thank you, Amanya.
Nipate yako na maji tunakata juu yako kila makeki zako weka mtu na karo kutanga ukikata kata kata
Thank you very much, Amanya. Ladies.
Why is that? Excuse me, why is not
Amanya, harakisha. As they're concluding on the cake, you take it. No. Just leave it there. And any please. Thank you, sound. Thank you, sound, and thank you, Amanya. Huh? No, they look bad. Thank you once again. I should give our founder the microphone. Thank you once again for that cake cutting. Somebody should have warned Amanya that I have a sweet tooth, and she has made a dangerous mistake to leave the cake with me on the podium. I am going to quickly, because of time, I'm going to invite the CEO of SPPG Kenya. She's going to be doing the vote of thanks. This lady here is my friend. She's my sister. I have... So I was interrupted when I was praising Diana. You know my community is trained in praising as soon as you grow up. The CEO of SPPG Kenya, my friend, my sister, I've held her hand as a boss. I have met her on regional platforms to work on regional leadership, and she also continues to be my bosom buddy. Welcome, Diana.
Thank you so much, Stella. Stella is a sister, a friend, and much more. I admire her greatly. I have a vote of thanks to give, and I know there's still one last closing remark from our chair, Honorable Misati, but I'll give the vote of thanks as quickly as I can. Our founder, Dr. Obi Ezekwesili. Our chairman, Ambassador Erastus Mwencha. Our keynote speaker, Ms. Zainab Hawa Bangura, the DG of the United Nations Office in Nairobi. Our CEO Africa, Madam Alero. Our Fixed Politics Chair, Mr. Frank Nweke, the second. Our ED, Fixed Politics Africa, Mr. Anthony Ubani. Our dear founding Dean, SPPG Kenya, Professor Daktari Njoki Wamai. Our co-convener and foundation layer, as I've had today, Nancy Muigei. Our co-convener par excellence, Rebel Evans Misati. Our co-convener and chair of admissions committee, Winnie Nyandiga. Our direct faculty, working sector group members, partners, parents, families, friends, and the SPPG Secretariat, Amanya, Mayogi, and most importantly, our dear pioneer class of 2026, good afternoon. I must add the media practitioners present, both private media and the public media broadcasting stations. I greet you all. I have the honor and privilege on behalf of SPPG Kenya to offer a heartfelt vote of thanks at this historic graduation ceremony. Today we've not merely witnessed conclusion of a program, we have witnessed the birth of a movement of leaders. Men and women who have chosen to be different, to serve differently, to lead with values, and to place dignity of the citizens at the center of public leaderships. Our founder, our chairman, the keynote speaker, the dean, the working sector group, and our partners, as mentioned by Sister Nancy Muigei, Transparency International, Mzalendo Trust, Siasa Place, Badili Africa, Emerging Leaders Foundation, USIE Africa, and all the other institutions, plus individuals who have worked with us. Thank you for believing in this mission. With your partnership, we have been affirmed that the work of building ethical and competent and citizen-centered leadership is shared work. To our families, friends, and support systems of our graduates, thank you for coming to be here with us today. Behind every graduate city is a community that gave encouragement, patience, prayer, and sacrifice. To the SPPG Kenya Secretariat, I come back to you again. Thank you for holding the operational center with dedication and professionalism and grace. Days look beautiful, but they are made possible by the many long days and the long nights and the careful details that you gave it. To the pioneer class, we celebrate you. On behalf of SPPG Kenya, I say thank you again to everyone who has made it possible. Thank you for your presence, your partnership, your service, and your belief in this mission. Congratulations. May God bless you. May God bless Kenya. May God bless Africa. God bless you.
Thank you, sound. Thank you, sound. Thank you. A little bird just whispered to me that our founder is going to be singing a song for us at the end of this session. Yes, a song at the end of this session. And I trust them. And I trust them. So, sound, I hope you're going to be ready with her song when the time comes. For now, I want to invite Honorable Evans Misati to give us the closing remarks of the day.
Thanks so much, MC. Dr. Hopi, our founder of the Fixed Politics, my senior, Erastus Mwencha, Dr. Lero, the ED, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. Now, my name is Evans Misati. I'm the silent man in the team, but it's Mr. Fix-It. When all the things have been discussed in the boardroom, I make sure that we action the things. When we discussed this matter, Dr. Hopi, remember on the WhatsApp or it's a Zoom meeting, I looked at it and I said, all these things cannot be discussed in the boardroom. I made sure that we made it a reality and we registered it. And that is why we are here. We are fully registered and recognized by the government of Kenya as SPPG Kenya. When we move, we say we want these recruitments. Work sector group 113. Winnie is here. I'm just telling her now our work is going to start again. Mine today was very simple, is to close the meeting. But first, the people who have graduated today, you remember the things I told you. Learning for office. Now, the rubber meets the road. We are going to be practically on the ground. As a chair of the political parties in Kenya, I have been sharing with you a lot of dynamics on what is happening in the political terrain. And 2027 is moving very fast. It's my sincere hope that we can have some of you running for office, and we agree that we can work together. I have seen the way you have presented the network. The only thing is that somebody to be in the network has to be a graduate. That is the best thing we can ever have. So, as we move forward, I want to fix it again. Dr. Hopi, when I looked at the projects, the capstone projects, we need to implement them into actionable projects on the community. We need to have resource mobilization for work sector group 3, particularly. I saw the Waitera and the others. We have gaps there. But the truth of the matter is I'll engage the Nigerian office so that we see how can we get resources to have them working. I want these things working. I want also to have a forum where we can engage the donors. There are so many donors who are working in supporting young leaders, women, to take office. I saw something about taking office. So mine today is to ensure that at least from the observation we have done, from the visitors who came in, Ambassador Mwencha and I went to the UN to invite her, it has been a successful day. That is what I can say. I was worried in the morning, but I can tell you that I was observing from where I was seated. We have had a successful day. And for purposes of keeping time, we have only overshoot our program by only 20 minutes. So we are doing very well. We are doing very well. So I'm not calling you the students. The word student now is already past. You are now leaders. Now I want to officially invite you for the lunch that will be served, and officially now say that we have closed the graduation, and thank each and every one of you. We'll be engaging the Nigerian team much later to see how we can engage for the second cohort for better publicity. I want to thank you and wish you God's grace, but I want also to request that we have somebody among us to give us a word of prayer, because Dr. Opi.
I'm sorry to come up again, yes, but I must acknowledge Mr. Okara, especially. We don't do well on our continent in celebrating the ones who chose not to be like the rest. He's definitely a Kenyan that every Kenyan should celebrate. Am I correct? So I need you all to stand up and honor him as a representation of those in his generation that refused to be part of the spoilage of the country and the continent. We celebrate you, Mr. Okara. Do you know that he told me this morning that he was in every class? The only thing he didn't do was do capstone project. Otherwise, he would have come up here and taken a certificate. You didn't write a manifesto, but you came to every class. What level of dedication? So please clap again for Mr. Okara.
Thanks so much, Ma'am, for reminding me that, and that is where we're headed to. Now, as we finish, of course, I know we come from various denominations. Can we now say that we do our
prayer? It's an anthem.
Let's do prayer. The God we worship, if it's a Muslim, it's a Christian, it's God we worship. So we do the prayer, then we do the national anthem, we leave. Sawa. So, Ambassador, you want to pray for us? May we bow down as we pray. Kind gracious Master Pav, we come unto you this afternoon. We want to thank you for the gift of life. We want to thank you for the gift of leadership. Father, see the program that we have had has been a success, and we pray that the next cohort that we are going to admit, you may guide our steps so that we can have a successful SPPG in Kenya, for that is what you have put for us as leaders, for those we have put to guide us. As we go to take our lunch, we ask for your guidance, and as we travel back, we ask for your chani mercies until we meet again. It is our humble prayer. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen. I believe that children are our future. As you head to lunch, then let them be the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Everybody searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. Show them all the beauty. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Sound, please.
Make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Everybody searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone who fulfilled my needs. I lonely place to be, and so I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I live as I did. No matter what they take from me, they can't take it with I can use it.
Thank you, Sound. Thank you, Sound. Thank you, Sound. We have a few announcements. Please, before you leave the room. We have a few announcements before you leave the room. Number one, we will be taking a photo outside outside this door. So kindly gather outside this door to take a photo before you go for lunch. Somebody will be there to set it up. The second announcement is about your lunch. You need a voucher. Order, people. You need a voucher for your lunch. You need a voucher for your lunch. So I'm going to request that Agnes gives the VIPs their vouchers so that they can walk out fast. Agnes, wherever you are, please hand the vouchers to the VIPs. And finally, the ushers will direct you to where lunch is served. Collect a voucher for lunch. Do not walk out of here without one, because you will not be served without one. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sound, I hope you're ready with the national anthem. This is your MC Stella Gara signing off for the day. Sound is playing. Thank you very much. Make sure you collect your lunch voucher.